2026 at 5:22 p.m. We're going to move on to our next agenda item, which is comments on comments before closed session? Yes. Thank you.
Roll call.
Roll call. Thank you. Roll call. We're going to start with Angelo. Okay. Martha?
Present.
Adriana?
Present.
Okay. And Rick is here, just not present here physically. Okay. Our next item is any comments before closed session? Any public comments before closed session? Okay. No one in our auditorium here. Are there any public comments on Zoom? No. Seeing none, we are closing public comments and we will recess to closed session at 5:23 p.m. Yeah, I love that little thing. Good evening, everyone. If you'll all please take your seats. We're going to go ahead and reconvene to open session. And then our next agenda item is to please stand. We're going to start with the flag salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, for report of action taken in closed session, no action was taken in closed session. Next, we're going to move on to the adoption of the agenda. I motion. Okay, Martha motions. Do I have a second? I'll second. Second, okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Preferential vote, thank you. Okay, motion carries unanimously. Our next agenda item is adoption of the consent. Are there any changes or discussion to the consent agenda? Okay, seeing none, I am looking for a motion to adopt the consent agenda. Is there a motion?
Oh, I motion to adopt the consent.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, we'll start with our preferential student vote. Adriana?
Aye.
Aye, okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, motion carries unanimously. Next, we will be moving on to recognition and presentations. Our first item is our North Monterey County Middle School presentation and update. Please come up to the podium. Wonderful. Bree, would you please put 15 minutes? Okay, this is not a hard, fast rule. It's more just guidance, as we do have a lot of people we need to hear from tonight, but we are so excited to hear from you. So please, you have the floor. Do we have the clicker?
Got it. All right. Good evening, board. My name is Daniel Rimmer, the principal at North Monterey County Middle School. Thank you all so much for having us tonight. One of the things that Ms. Dutz is passing out, you guys have our demographics from the past, but this is a data sheet analyzing behavior data, academic data, and attendance data from our first semester. In the interest of transparency, we've also included this on our school website. So this is available for all of our families and for you to review. We really want to take a moment to acknowledge the amazing work of our students from our first semester and give a real shout out to our community for filling the stands during our semester 1 recognition awards. We had back-to-back ceremonies, one day for 7th, one day for 8th, where 70% of our 7th graders and 60% of our 8th graders were acknowledged for one of these amazing achievements. So there was a lot of families there. There was a lot of energy. It was really a wonderful, wonderful situation. Moving on to our LCAP Goal 1, I'd like to introduce Ms. Clayton, one of our most esteemed staff members in our MTSS TOSAs, to talk about our rigorous and equitable instruction.
Hello,
Welcome.
you can hear me, right? Like
Yes.
it is really low.
Yes.
So the LCAP goal 1 is rigorous and equitable instruction. One exciting addition to our master schedule this year that brings us forward to that goal is offering Spanish 1 and Spanish language arts in our school. This means that over 100 of our students are on track to receive high school credit for that course. In addition, 19 middle school students are taking the high school math 1 class, so they will also get high school credit as well. If you look at our iReady data, you will see that it shows an incredible growth for our students in just the first 3 months of school. This is from fall to winter diagnostic. Approximately 6% more students have reached grade level in math, and 10% more are approaching grade level in math. 6% more students have reached grade level in reading, and 7% more are approaching grade level in reading, which is an incredible acceleration of learning in the past 3 months. If you, along with the incredible work of our teachers in their classrooms, can't stress that enough. We attribute some of this growth in math and reading to some key initiatives that the TOSAs have developed. We have refined our PDSA cycles so that teachers are all at the same point in the cycle. And our focus for our PDSA cycles are academic discourse, and this will apply to all content areas in the middle school. Academic discourse is the purposeful, structured, student-to-student talk that uses academic language to build, deepen, and demonstrate understanding of content. In practice, it means that students engage in collaborative discussions where they explain their thinking, justify their ideas with evidence, ask clarifying questions, and respond to peers' reasoning. TOSAs have provided multiple opportunities for professional development and coaching for teachers to refine their use of these strategies in the classroom. We think that academic discourse strategies will move us toward LCAP Goal 1 because it ensures equitable participation from all students. It supports multilingual learners and students with disabilities, and it increases access to academic language for all students through scaffolds such as sentence stems and structured talk. TOSAs have also taken the lead on advisory. We have incorporated consistent iReady math and reading practice time into our advisory schedule, and you can see that in the results of our tests. They are working on their path. Starting in February's advisory classes this month, we've created lessons where students use academic discourse skills like the ones we're focusing on for PDSA, and to collaboratively solve and answer ELA and math release test questions for the CAST. So they're practicing and they're using those academic discourse strategies, which is really important. We've also started doing all testing and advisory using a testing environment that we modeled after Castroville Elementary. They had a lot of success, and we thought we would try that too because our students are coming from Castroville. So part of that routine is students completing a multiplication chart when they walk in the room, and this allows, they can use it on the test if they fill it out, before the test on their own. And it also builds their math fluency. Every time that they fill out this multiplication chart, they're building that math fluency, which is important. So we will continue to refine our practices in that regard until as we move into the CAST testing in May. And I would like to turn this over to Mr. Rimmer.
Thank you, Ms. Clayton. All right, for LCAP Goal 2, there's two things I really want to highlight that came directly from information we got from our community about within Cafecitos, our school site council, and ELAC, and just feedback from families in general. And that was to expand our athletic offerings. And we've done that in two different ways. One was within our intramural sports that our school sites council approved for us to continue to expand. Mr. Gonzalez, a teacher on campus, has been leading sports in indoor soccer, basketball. We're going to expand it to flag football, volleyball. This is a launching point, but we're only going to build this to be bigger and better and accessible to all students. So students that may not be able to attend after school or participate in our competitive athletics, there's still an opportunity for them as well. Last time I was here, I talked to you guys about the weight room that we worked with in partnership with the After School Nest program. We have got that staffed. There's a before school program with Mr. Gutierrez, one of our PE teachers, and an after school program where students are now engaged in weightlifting and exercise with Mr. Burke. These teachers, with their expertise and understanding of this, have made this program accessible to all students, including students with disabilities. They're all able to participate and really enjoying that space. In our effort to eradicate bullying in schools, we've started with the Safe Schools Ambassadors Program. With that, I'd like to turn it over to two of those amazing participants, Cheyenne and Joaquin.
Can this hear me?
Mhm.
Yes. Okay.
Hello, my name is Cheyenne Blonick, and I'm a member of the Safe School Ambassador Program. The program's objective is to teach students how to recognize and prevent bullying, mistreatment, and harassment in order to make the schools a safer place.
Hello, my name is Joaquin Alcaraz, and I am one of the school safe ambassadors. On the first day of the school safe ambassadors, it was basically like the basic stuff. We just introduced our names and we got to get to know each other. We also did a couple of activities like sharing or it's not really an activity, but we shared our bowling experiences and we got to, sorry. And we got to say like what we would do on this occasion, etc. And there's also a activity, as you could see on the TV or on your on the Chromebooks. On the bottom, it shows the step in, step out activity. It so in this activity, it shows that or that if you that you're able to that you step in, if this question like corresponds to you, and then step out if not. It at beginning it was pretty it was like regular questions, but then it got to more personal questions. But I think this was a good way of knowing each other. My what I like about the School Safe Ambassador is that um it's it's pretty cool and out honestly it would be it's it's a fun it's a fun program to be in.
On the second day, we learned how to stop bullying by changing the subject. We then did some activities such as reenacting times where people were bullied, a teamwork game, and we got into our family groups to stay with during the program. The program is amazing and a great thing because bullying and teasing happens often at all schools, and together we can help stop that. Thank you.
I just want to say again that recognize Joaquin and Cheyenne because it is not easy to get up here and speak on the work that they're doing, and they are deeply engaged in this work. So I want to thank them again for coming and celebrating that.
Thank you both.
The next slide that we have is highlighting some intentional work we've done doing strengthening family partnerships and to build a more connected school community. So one effort I'd like to especially spotlight is our newcomer family event. This was designed specifically to support one of our most vulnerable student groups, our newcomer families. The evening centered around creating a welcoming space where families could connect with us, learn about available resources, engage in meaningful discussion, and more importantly, share a meal all together. The event was significant because it was also one of the first times we invited our 6th grade families to participate. The turnout and feedback made it clear that including these families earlier in their middle school experience was incredibly impactful. We will definitely continue that model with every event we have. In addition, we've had strong attendance at recognition ceremonies like the Semester 1 awards Mr. Rimmer spoke on, and the ELAC meetings. This shows we have growing engagement and investment from our families, which we continue to foster. At the same time, we recognize there's still work to do. We continue to focus on overall parent participation, and we are actively working to figure out how we can make the parent-teacher group a success where we have involvement. Moving forward, our priorities include continuing to plan meaningful events, strengthening the communication methods that work for our community, and expanding that outreach to families. With that, I'd like to acknowledge someone who has been instrumental in much of this growth. I want to introduce our incredible family and community engagement specialist, Lupita Duran. Lupita has played a key role in the progress we're seeing with LCAP goal number 3. And I'd like to hand it over to her to share more about our upcoming Parent Summit, which is an amazing event we're incredibly proud of.
Hi. So I'm probably more nervous than the kids are, but so I'm really excited about this. We've been working on this, I think, since November. It's an amazing opportunity. In 2024, there was a parent focus group supported by UC Davis Thor Lab, where their middle school families shared that they wanted to learn more tools on how to further support their student success in the middle school years. So with that, we planned on having this parent summit. It's a conference style day for sixth grade to eighth graders, sixth to eighth grade parents to come and enjoy a day of conference. We're honored to have our guest speaker, Jose Alzaldo, who will share his powerful story about overcoming barriers to attend UC Berkeley. His message focuses on bridging relationships between home, school, and how the community and educators coming together can truly make a difference in a student's journey. So we're going to have five, besides his keynote, we're also going to have 5 different workshops supporting student success, social media and technology safety, positive discipline, mental health and wellness, and a session led by our Mi Vida, Mi Futuro promotoras. Our student board president, Adriana, which I won't mess up your last name, I've been trying all day, will monitor the student panel that we will have at closing. And where the students that are the young promotoras will be able to answer questions on what the transition was like going from middle school to high school. We're also going to have high school academic counselors present where they can ask any questions and give feedback to all the parents if they have any questions on how to support. But we hope you guys can all make it. And I did leave little flyers on your little areas before you guys came in. And there's flyers out there too.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Lupita. There's been a lot of hard work put into this, and we're really excited for this event. All right. LCAP goal number 4, staff engagement and connectedness. The one thing I really want to highlight, well, I do want to highlight and give a shout out to both our classified and certificated staff. I mentioned intramural sports. We have staff that are participating in those games. They end up showing up to 5th period a little sweaty, but the kids are having a lot of fun playing with them, participating. I was not selected this season to be a part of a team. I think it's because it's indoor basketball. There might be a height thing going on, but hopefully next season I'll get in there. But we're really, really happy about that. Our February 6th, we had no students, so we had a professional development day. Most of our classified staff had attended in August, so it was mostly our certificate staff. We engaged in listening sessions where we provided 5 questions ahead of time and just heard from our staff about what was going on. And we got amazing feedback, and we've been able to use that to already start to make changes to address concerns that sometimes, truthfully, Ms. Dutz and I weren't even aware of. And we're making improvements on that. Our next step is to make sure that we find a way to do this with our classified team members as well, so we can get their feedback as we continuously try to improve our school. All right, last things are recognitions.
Yeah, I know our time is up, but
Okay,
we cannot
finished. Yeah.
leave out our recognition and our staff spotlight. So our first spotlight we'd like to do tonight for certificated staff member is Rihanna Hurt, who is our new art teacher this year. Art is a full elective we're offering to almost all 7th graders, about 95% of 7th graders. And she has just done an amazing job coming in and making the program her own. We're seeing artwork that is just astounding. She's opening galleries for parents to come and see. We invite all board members to come and check out what's going on. But she's doing a great job in a program that didn't exist before. So we know we're starting from the bottom. There's frustrations that come with us with that, and she's patient, and we're here for it. And we are really recognizing the work that she's doing and hope she continues that work. So.
Wonderful. Thank you.
For classified staff, we have to recognize Adrian Martinez. He's one of our evening custodians. A clean campus is a safe campus, and Adrian goes above and beyond in every single way to make this happen. He's a consummate team player. He works hard. If we ever need him to cover a shift, I can call him at 6 a.m. He's there at 6:15. This man does so much for our school, for our students. We are so genuinely thankful to have him on the team, because he's making our school a better place every single day with direct work for our students. And we're just very, very thankful to have Adrian with us. That concludes our presentation. I know we went a little bit over, but comparatively, I feel like we did pretty good. It's not going to get much better, guys. I'm just going to be honest.
Well, thank you so much for that presentation. It's a pleasure to hear what's going on and to hear from your student. Right now I'm going to invite public comment. Is there anybody who'd like to make a public comment on the presentation from the middle school? Okay, seeing none. Is there anyone on Zoom who'd like to make public comment? No? Okay. We have one public comment. Okay, please make your public comment. Zoom participant.
Hi, I wanted to mention that the community schools position that's being cut, the assist with the it's vital, to assist with other positions on campus, like student leadership. And I think it's important that he brought in the community into those activities. And the students didn't really respond to those events. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Are there any others? No? Okay, we're closing public comment and we will start with our student. Do you have any comments, questions on the presentation?
Should I do comments after, or is this
No,
for
we're
like
doing it all together
clarify?
because it's a presentation rather than a
Oh.
discussion item. It's a
Thank you.
slight difference, but so you can do questions, comments, shout outs, whatever you want to do right now, please.
So thank you for the presentation. I'm glad to see everything's going well, and thank you for the invitation to the parents. I'm very excited.
We're excited to have you.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you for.
And
Thank you for saying yes.
and another shout out to our student ambassadors. Thank you for using your voice, and I hope you know how important. And I hope you continue in high school. Thank
Thank you very much.
Adrian? Adrian, I'm sorry.
That's okay. A lot of people call me different names, but
No,
thank you.
I'm sorry.
My question is, what's your average number of parents that come to your different meetings, such as ELAC or any other workshops that you have? What's the average attendance?
Yeah, so with ELAC has definitely been our strongest showing this year. With ELAC, we've had an average of 20, upwards of 25, 26 at each meeting. And it's been, it's one of my favorite things to do. I obviously have a family of my own, so staying late is always challenging for home life. But with this group of parents, it's so much fun. So ELAC is definitely our biggest showing. With parent teacher group, when we've tried to organize in person, we usually end up with 5 or 6. We've opened that up with Zoom and added 2 or 3 more. That's definitely our main focus right now, is building that up. Mr. Rimmer can speak on school site council.
School site council is a tight 10 for the actual membership. On occasion, we've had additional community members join us, but it's usually only the governing board on the school site council. Cafecitos, it varies. Cafecitos, sometimes we use them as targeted approaches, like for example, students that are falling short of promotion requirements or like the promotion ceremony requirements. So those families are all invited. Sometimes we're doing a topic that applies to the general, like the greater population. We've had cafecitos in the last 2 years that have had attendance of 100. We've had cafecitos that have had attendance of less than 10. And it really does depend on the topic, and we'll see how our parent summit goes, but fingers crossed. Our aim is to have 100+ families attend.
And a lot of that comes down to one of our focuses is the outreach method. We're learning what works best for our families in terms of outreach. Obviously, parent phone calls are the best thing. And I will give a shout out to our ELSAs, our
Oh my gosh.
English language specialists. They are like Mary Lou Fernandez and Ashley Duran. They make personalized phone calls for those ELAC meetings. It makes a big difference. Lupita's making phone calls. Adriana Marquez, our community liaison, we give her a list to say, hey, this is happening, make phone calls. Those are really the big things. So we're structuring our staff, we're structuring our resources to make that happen. And that's making a big difference.
Thank you for doing that. I think that that speaks that you're trying to learn what the actual activities work for the parents and work for engagement. I think that that's amazing that you're not just putting on something and expecting for our community to show up, but that you're actually reaching in a way that they are understanding, in a way that it works with them. And I appreciate the time that you're spending on that. And of course, one-on-one connection has been proven to be the builder of relationships. So I appreciate that that's happening. And students, as a board member, I appreciate the adults. I've always said it. But I think there's nothing better than listening to the voices that we're all here for, because you all are actually going to tell us how we should continue to center your voices. And I know it's not easy to get up there. Also get shy. Yes, believe it or not, I get shy. But this is like a great start. So one day I hope to see you all here doing and working for the next generation, and you're already starting to do that. So I appreciate you coming and doing that. And then also it's great to hear the parent summit, because that's exactly what parents continue to at least talk to me about, that they appreciate the celebrations and appreciate the fun activities, but what they actually want to engage is in learning how our educational system works, and how they can use that system to better their child's life. They appreciate that more than just having and sitting around and having a celebration. They're wanting, yes, they want to celebrate their child, but they want to know how to engage with the system, with the educational system, to better the life of their child. So this parent summit is amazing. I look forward. It's great. And it's great that we have all levels of engagement.
And
to
on
do
this
it.
public stage, I encourage everybody to spread the word. Come to the front office. We'll help with registering and signing up. Lunch, breakfast, childcare, translation, Spanish, Mixteco is all available to people who want to attend. We're going to make it happen for people who want to be there. So please help us.
That's my last comment of saying, like, the inclusivity of what you're doing and trying to reach a different populations. It shows. And it's showing, and I appreciate that, because sometimes we try to tailor things to one population of our constituents, which is great, but we should be inclusive and add everyone, just like you're also looking for opportunities to do professional development for classified and hear their concerns, hear their stuff. I really appreciate that, because all our staff should be listened to, not one or the other. Again, this classify, certify, we are one, and we're here to work, and we all contribute to make sure that our district and our students are well taken care of. And it's great to hear Mi Vida, Mi Futuro, because I was one of the originals who built that program.
Fantastic.
So I know how powerful that program could be, and I'm glad that it's coming and continuing to be built within our school district. So thank you for all your work that you're doing.
Right now, we're at 20 resource tables from different resources all over the peninsula. Awesome. Yeah. So we're
Thank you, Adriana. Martha?
No, I just thank you guys so much for being here. Some highlights that I was really excited about. Obviously, everything that you guys are doing is great. But yes, the Safe School Ambassador Program, looking at our stats, obviously that's an area of concern, right? That we want to support. So developing this program is awesome. And just the scenarios that you guys gave, those are really real scenarios that I think kids can relate to. And that's really empowering, right? Those ones that you want to influence. So I thought that was great. So thank you too for being here. That was awesome to hear. And then of course, this parent summit, this parent summit, and just looking at, everything that you guys are doing to collaborate with the community. I heard you say that from the collaboration with the community on what they wanted, you guys are meeting the demands in various ways, because there's different pockets of community in different areas. You have people with athletics that are wanting more athletics, and you're meeting that goal, right? You're wanting parents that want to just get more involved in the students and get more involved in the school. You're doing it all in those different areas. But I'm really excited about this because I know Jose personally. He was a speaker by one of my LULAC scholarship banquets to our students maybe 2 years ago. He even has a PBS documentary. If anyone wants to go and see it on YouTube, he's amazing. So I'm really excited that you brought him, to the summit. This is definitely going to, it's unique. It's different. You guys are always doing different things because it's different things to support different populations. So you have to explore different ways, and you guys are doing it. You're being creative. And I mean, I've been to a lot of the events that we've done in the community. I mean, that you guys have done. I mean, 1,000 employees, 1,000 people were at that snow day that you guys collaborated with the Parks and Rec. There was 1,000 families there from all walks of life. That is inclusiveness and collaboration, because you guys worked with the Parks and Rec. You worked with the district. You worked with, what was the other?
We got to shout out our food services.
Yeah, the food services, right?
They did so
the
much.
Food services. So again, you guys are doing things to really like blend everybody. You know, I've been impressed. I've been trying to go to all these events that you guys have been doing, you know, and it's been pretty impressive. So I'm really excited about this. So
Yes.
good job and being very creative in the way you guys put this together, because I know there's a lot of work behind it, behind the scenes to get all this done. So I'm excited. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Martha. Rick?
Yeah, thank you so much for the presentation. It was great as usual. I'm so proud of the students that came and spoke. I'm always proud when people come and speak, and we know it's hard, and very proud of you. And I went to the eighth grade awards. I didn't know about the seventh grade, but the eighth grade awards, I mean, both of them phenomenal, great accomplishments and attendance, and recognitions by the teachers to the students. Super great. I loved it. I love going to those. And the parent summit looks, like my colleague said, it looks like it's going to be awesome, and I can't wait. Um, oh, it's already like in a week. Yeah, nice. And and of course, thank you for
We'll be ready.
talking about the intramurals. They sound amazing, and I'm glad I got to hear about them again. Thank you.
Thank you, Rick. Angelo?
Thank you kids for showing up and talking to us. When it comes down to it, like they said, we really care about our students and want to hear from them. So other than that, look forward to seeing you guys in.
Thank you, Angelo. Well, you guys are a dynamic duo. We can tell the level of care and pride that you have, for the middle school. And so you're doing great things. You're leading a wonderful team, and you all are a piece of the puzzle, because until there's all those pieces, you don't see the big picture of what you're doing. I know the job you do is so hard, so many different facets, trying to balance them all and bring them together. So I want to commend you all on being here for our district and supporting our students to success. I think the board member said it. We're very impressed, and keep up the excellent work. Students, thank you for being brave and coming to speak to us. We love to hear from you. You're the reason why we're all here. We're here to see you succeed and to support you. So thank you for coming and sharing your experience. So thank you all.
Thank you.
Matt, you want to say anything? No? Okay, thank
Thank you
you.
for supporting our efforts, and every member of our team, classified and certificated. We appreciate you all.
Thank you, Megan. Yay. Okay, our next item is a presentation on the seal of civic engagement. Are you part of this too? Dual roles? Wonderful. Thank you.
Homework again?
Thank
Thank you.
In classwork, huh? Oh, cool. Love success criteria.
Okay, good evening, board and Superintendent Turkey. I'm Kimberly McCulloch, Director of Teaching and Learning, and I'm here today with an amazing team, and they will introduce themselves as we go throughout our presentation to talk to you about the Seal of Civic Engagement and what we're working on in North Monterey County. So today in our presentation, we have 3 questions that we want to answer and discuss today. First, we're going to start off with what is the Seal of Civic Engagement, and then go into how do students earn the Seal of Civic Engagement in North Monterey County Unified, and then also share some of our plans to increase civic engagement in our district. So before you saw the success criteria. So today in our learning presentation, we have some learning objectives and success criteria. So our objectives is to build understanding of how students earn the Seal of Civic Engagement. And for our success criteria, we will have done our job in our presentation if you can explain what the California State Seal of Civic Engagement is. So as we go throughout the presentation, you'll see on your success criteria handout, there's a notes section to jot down any notes. I know for me personally, jotting down notes helps me remember what it is as I come back. Our second one is to share our North Monterey County Unified School District's criteria for the State Seal of Civic Engagement. So at the end of our presentation, can you list 2 criteria in North Monterey County that will help students earn the seal? And our third objective is to understand the plans that we have for creating more opportunities for students to engage in service learning to earn the seal of civic engagement. And so our success criteria would be if you could explain one of the goals that we have for creating more opportunities for students to serve in their community and earn the state seal. And with that, I will turn it over to Pat.
Good evening, trustees. Good evening, superintendent. Good evening, community members. I am Patrick Bowman. I'm the College and Career Readiness Coordinator for the district. I'm excited to be here to share our district's progress related to the State Seal of Civic Engagement. Before we dive in and talk about our progress at a district level, I wanted to take a second to acknowledge sort of the state's intentions when they established the Seal of Civic Engagement. So as you can see, the state identified 5 criteria that would need to be met in order to earn the State Seal of Civic Engagement. The state then left it to individual school districts to then define exactly how students will meet those 5 criteria. And so each district in California has slightly different but aligned definitions for how students will meet those criteria. We'll be going into our district's definitions in just a few slides. It's also worth noting that the state did not include the State Seal of Civic Engagement in the College and Career Readiness Indicator. So it currently is not one of the metrics the state uses to identify students as prepared for college and career. However, the state is looking into and plans to adopt a metric, including the State Seal of Civic Engagement in the coming school years. Lastly, to be technical about what exactly the State Seal is. As you can see at the bottom of our slide here, there are 3 things that we try to identify. One of them is that they receive a special seal from the CDE on their high school diploma and a notation on their transcript. They also will receive a certificate and letter directly from the superintendent, and will receive recognition at a school board meeting towards the end of the school year. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to my colleague, Middle School Assistant Principal Megan Dutz, to share the district's journey to establish the seal system.
All right, so I'm excited to be able to share this slide because I've had the privilege of being involved in much of this work in the last few years, particularly in my previous role as engagement specialist at the middle school. Our journey began in 2021 when Monterey County Office of Education introduced the Seal of Civic Engagement to districts across the county. This sparked early conversations in NMCUSD about how we would create this opportunity for our students and what it would look like. In 2022, the exploration phase began. Yvette Padilla emerged as the leader of this initiative. If you know Yvette, you know that civic engagement is truly at the heart of everything she does. Her passion for students and this community made her the perfect person to champion this work. By February 2023, Yvette had assembled a district working team. This included herself, the high school administrators, Channelie Wood and Marissa Martinez, and the secondary engagement specialists, which were myself and Patrick Kilty. Together, we began building the foundation. This included developing the criteria, rubrics, and procedures that were up to the district to determine. Doing this work was what I like to call admiring and acquiring from the districts who were ahead of us in this process and who knew what was going on and what was working and what worked well. The one key priority that we identified was ensuring authentic student involvement. From that vision, the Youth Ambassadors Program was formed in May 2023. With Yvette's leadership, Patrick and I oversaw engaging middle and high school students in leadership development, community meetings, and learning what civic engagement truly meant. In January 2024, our work of developing these documents, the Seal of Civic Engagement documents and the criteria were presented to and approved by the board. While staffing and logistical challenges impacted the full rollout, we still proudly celebrated our first group, which was a small handful of students, earning the Seal of Civic Engagement in June 2024. Many of these students who graduated with this seal were from our Youth Ambassador program. The work kind of halted there, but in 2025, we still had a handful of students who were able to graduate with the accomplishment. And then after a slower period, we're now seeing renewed momentum with the State Seal of Civic Engagement grant opportunity and a reassembled district team. And this is kind of where we are today. And I've been happy to be kind of pulled into those conversations to explore this history, myself and Yvette, and then bring in these students who are excited about the opportunity, and Kim and Pat who are taking the lead on it. So I'm really excited to see that it is back in the conversation of things, and we're going to make it happen for a large population of our students.
So going back, we wanted to go over what are the criteria for students to earn the seal, because Pat and I coming in is new to the team, and also Jordan Apgar, the high school assistant principal who's on the team. We went back and we appreciated all the information from Megan, from Yvette, from Luisito of the history behind what the district had worked on, so we could start with our foundations and continue to grow. So that, like Pat mentioned in his, there are 5 criteria that students have to meet to be able to earn the seal of civic engagement. 2 are related more to academics, and 3 are related more to their work and their civic engagement project. So the first criteria is for students to be engaged in academic work. North Monterey County has defined this as they have to have a minimum of 2.0 on their GPA and be on track to graduate with their diploma or certificate of completion. The other criteria, and this was really big in the California's definition of it, is they had to demonstrate competent understanding of the US and California Constitution and government. So in North Monterey County, we're defining this as they need to earn a C or better in US history and US government or equivalent. So those are the academic courses and grades that students need to show their academic progress. So then they go into how do we earn the seal with their civic engagement work or service learning. So criteria 3, this is where the project comes in, and we're very excited for you to hear from one of our students tonight on her project. They have to participate in 1 or more informed civic engagement projects. And the district criteria for this is that that civic engagement project has to have a minimum of 10 verified hours. Criteria 4, they have to demonstrate their civic knowledge and skills through self-reflection. So they submit a self-reflection form on their project and on what they learned from that experience. And then criteria 5, exhibit character traits of civic mindedness. So here they have a character reference from someone in the community or someone that worked with them on their project about their civic mindedness and their caring and concern for others in their community and what they've done. And those are the 5 criteria that students must meet, all 5, in order to earn the seal and have it be on their diploma. And so how do we get the word out?
So obviously, we're really excited about sort of reinvigorating our Seal of Civic Engagement system here in North County. And so we wanted to get the word out. Like any good initiative, it starts with a fine new website. And so I'm excited to announce that as of earlier today, the State Seal now has a dedicated page on the district website under Ed Services. You'll also find that we have built out a library of documentation and resources to help support students interested in pursuing the seal. As you'll hear from in just a little bit, we have a secret weapon, which is a student informational video that was created with the collaboration of our communications officer, Rebecca. I'm also proud, not just of a website, but of the really diverse group of district team members who we've recruited to help get the word out about this system and support students through completing their civic engagement projects. As you can see on the slide, we've established school teams at all of our high school sites, which I'm really proud of. Those include, as you can see, key members from our community schools team, Luisito, and our FACES team in Genesis, 2 folks who, 2 of the 3 pillars of the Condor Community Center on the high school campus. We also have been working with the NEST program to identify high school after school point people who can help students both be inspired and pursue their engagement projects. We're also engaging with the Yvette and the NMC Alliance. So we'll be presenting this same system to them next Friday to ensure that our community partners are aware of exactly the system that we're building and how they can play a role in supporting students. And now, as I mentioned earlier, I'd like to turn it over to our student board member, Adriana, to share how the high school is building awareness, including that very exciting video.
It scared me on the other side of this. Hello, community and board. My name is Adriana Manifesto, and I'm the current student board member and a senior at North Monterey County High School. Of course, getting the word out to adults and staff is important, but we're really here to see how the students can be involved. So as you've heard, this incredible team has created a website open to the community with information, contact info, and any and all information that they need to get some information on how to get this seal. We've also shared, I believe, these slides and other information in the grade level Google Classrooms at the high school, which is open to all students, which all students are included in, along with an interest form that has already received a few responses. So we are getting the word out. And then finally, in all of these resources, we've included the following video with information. Yeah. And is it the next slide? Yes.
Hi, my name is Maya Martinez, and I am a junior at North Monterey County High School.
Hi, my name is Adriana Manifesto, and I am a senior at North Monterey County High School and the student board member for the North Monterey County Unified School District. Have you heard of the State Seal of Civic Engagement?
It honors students who take action in their community and understand how government works.
That means making a difference in our community.
Here are the 5 things you need to do to earn it. Number 1, maintain a 2.0 GPA. Number 2, earn a C or higher in U.S. history and U.S. government.
Number 3, complete a civic engagement project as well as 10 hours of community service.
Number 4, submit a self-reflection form.
Have a peer, mentor, or trusted adult complete a character reference.
You're probably wondering, why does this matter?
And we all know it's important to be involved in our community.
You'll be recognized at graduation. It strengthens college applications.
And it stands out on resumes for future jobs and internships.
If you have any questions or need assistance, you can come by the counseling office and see me, Miss Apgar.
Or if you're looking for community service ideas, come see me, Mr. C, here at the Condor Community Center. The deadline to submit is April 13th.
So if you care about your community and want to leave a legacy,
then the State Seal of Civic Engagement is for you.
All right, and for the next exciting part of our presentation, I'd like to invite one of our students who's completed a civic engagement project, Maya, to share.
Hey, Maya.
Good evening, board and Superintendent Mr. Turkey. My student example for the Seal of Civic Engagement is my menstrual and hygiene kit drive. My goal for my drive was to provide local women's shelters as well as our community with menstrual and hygiene products. And what had inspired me to start my project, however, was the desire to combat people's inability to afford said products and help them make them more accessible for people less fortunate than I am. Tying my personal experience into this with purchasing expensive sanitary products, along with the motivation from my older sister and my mom, made me realize how this idea can really make a positive impact and difference in my community. Once I had noticed that my idea had the potential of becoming something greater, I started researching online and finding out similar references from organizations, which led me to become acquainted with Miss Genesis the day after. Once Miss Genesis and I had finalized the details to the project, we began speaking to our peers, Genesis with colleagues and I with classmates, to gather more input on what we should include in kits when we began asking for donations. Other ways we had promoted it was through flyers, family and friends, and had some of my teachers promote the drive through class periods as well. A few days after the donation due date, which was December 12th, Genesis and I began logging the number of supplies, reaching out to the women's shelter, and assembling kits with the help of classmates. Finally, after donating the kits to the shelters, the hard work put into this helped me realize how impactful it was for the drive to be able to raise awareness for these problems, and how the experience had changed my perspective into believing that donation drives can and will build stronger and more connected communities. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Genesis Mendoza, Family and Community Engagement Specialist supporting the high school. And yes, I actually met Maya when she walked in through the door and she said, "Hey, who do I talk to? I have this idea." And she had came in, she had done her research. She knew she had identified a need in our school and our community, and she already had a list of different shelters that could potentially benefit from this as well. So my role as the advisor was really to help her bring this idea into action. I was there to provide guidance on logistics and district requirements, making sure that the whole process aligned with public school guidelines. And I was there to troubleshoot along the way. We worked together to develop a project plan to include outreach and timelines with the goal to distribute the kits before winter break. Maya led every step of the process, making decisions while considering multiple perspectives when shaping the project and deciding how to move forward when at times we had to pivot because the plan didn't go as we had planned it out, but the project had to keep moving forward. She communicates very effectively with students, families, and staff, from getting the flyer approved, coordinating teachers to support, getting ideas out there, to having Mr. Gower, our health teacher, incorporated into part of his lesson. She's on it. She's amazing. So in addition to strengthening student voice, what's truly powerful is that those civic skills translated directly into real support for our community. Besides donating over 100 kits to local women's shelter, in the past month alone, more than a dozen students and families have benefited from access to these kits. Our community school liaison has noted that when students are offered these items, they light up, highlighting just how significant and unmet this need has been. I'm incredibly proud of her work, and I'm very excited to continue to support our students as they continue to grow as civic leaders. Thank you.
Thank you.
So our last objective was, how are we increasing civic engagement? So the main part was building awareness now, because we might have this great district plan, but if none of the students know about it or know how to get it, then we're not going to have very many students doing the project. So from the video, from the work that Pat has done with our sites, our site leaders, our principals, the site support, we're starting to spread the word and get more students interested in the projects and how we can support them in that, like we see with Genesis and Maya. Another thing that we did is we applied for a grant called California Serves Grant. We were hoping we would hear back for today and we could have exciting news, but we haven't heard back yet. But we heard about this in November, and I think it was like about a 2-week window before it was due. And we're like, oh my gosh, it's due in 2 weeks. Can we write a grant in 2 weeks? And it was right around the holidays. We're like, I don't know. But this amazing team, Jordan, Pat, Luisito, Megan, myself, Carol, and Yvette all came together and we just divided it up and we conquered it. And Carol said, I have grant experience. We can start here. We got some samples. And we were able to create the grant and really think through our process of how we want as a district to increase civic engagement. And one of the big ideas that we had was, how do we integrate it into the classroom? So it's not just a separate thing. So we're talking about civic engagement. We're talking about service learning throughout the class and throughout the day. So all students can have that opportunity and be exposed to what this is. So that is one of our goals with the grant, if we get it, to partner possibly with UC Berkeley to do an integrated civics curriculum that will be open to staff that are interested in looking at how to integrate it into their courses and have more professional development, time for teacher planning. So fingers crossed we hear back soon from the grant, and that will be our next step. So this year, building awareness, and then hopefully next year, looking at that integration in the curriculum.
So as we've mentioned, while the seal is technically only earnable by a senior graduating from one of our schools, we plan to expand access to the seal through aligned practice opportunities for all students while they're in our schools. That applies especially to the high school and especially to 9th and 10th grades, so that we're getting those students practice opportunities before they need to take care of that project on their own. Our civic engagement projects are structured to have a clear 5-step process that can be adopted by individual teachers, grade level teams, community partners, or our partners in the NEST program. The CalServes resources that Kim just highlighted would be very helpful to expanding access to this process, but they are not critical to scaling our service and project-based learning in North Monterey County Unified. We look forward to expanding the already diverse team of employees and community members supporting our students in making a positive impact in their community.
feel like Pat did a mic drop right there, but okay. So going back to our success criteria. So if you look at your notes from the very beginning, and as we go through, check and see, did we do our job of going through and meeting our success criteria for our objectives today? So we had explain what the State Seal of Civic Engagement is. Can you list 2 criteria that we had from the video in our presentation of how students earn the state seal? And can you share one of our district goals? So did we meet our success criteria?
Yes.
Okay,
Thumbs
thank
up.
you.
Thumbs up.
So with that, that concludes our presentation on the work that has been done this year on the state seal. Our next steps as we head in towards getting student interest forms and seeing how we can support them as they start their journey on earning the seal for this year. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, we're gonna begin with public comment. Is there anyone in the wishing to make a public comment? Okay, Zoom? Okay, seeing none, we will go to the board members. We'll start with you, Angelo.
Once again, to our students, thank you so much for taking the time and all the hard work you did in the background and bringing a lot of this stuff to our attention. Team, really proud of you. Pat, I really got to say, taking over CTE has just been amazing to see the work you've done in a short amount of time and how you've been able to collaborate with all the other staff members and taking it to the level of where it's going. It's very exciting to see the direction you're taking us in.
Thank you, Angelo. Rick?
Sorry. Thank you for the presentation. Civic engagement's the best. I've always loved volunteering my whole entire life and still do. And thank you, Maya and Adriana, for being leaders for your students. And thank you, team, for being their mentors and guiding them. Really great. I love it. And I hope all the success for all our students. Thank you.
Thank you, Rick. Martha?
Well, first I want to acknowledge, thank you, Matt. This was one of my board requests and I really appreciate you putting it on the agenda. And I know that he said it was building, there was a lot of great stuff happening in the background, that it was going to be a great presentation and you guys delivered. You guys delivered because again, I've been here for a while. I remember when it started. I remember when we adopted it and then it kind of phased out, it was very small. But what the work you guys put behind this, the civic engagement is truly civic engagement now. And, the criteria that you guys described. And I just can't wait to see the outcome. I mean, you guys are putting a lot of work behind it and really clearly outlined the work of the kids of what they need to accomplish. A lot of the community was telling us, why aren't they doing community service anymore? I was like, well, it's because we got civic engagement now. It's coming. It's coming. So I'm really hoping that now we can let the community know. And like you said, it's how do we let everyone know, right? The community, the kids, and then those partnerships. I'm glad to hear that it's going to be at the Alliance because we've already built lots of partnerships for them to partner with us with some of this stuff, with the civic engagement. And I'm already thinking about, the other organization that I oversee as LULAC. We have a right here in our backyard. There's a leadership conference in April. And it's a statewide conference, but it's in our backyard this year. And they do workshops for civic engagement. And our goal is to bring students there. We got scholarships to take students there. So I'll make sure to give you guys information for it's April 10th and 11th. So I could see this as another little great tool for students to go and learn and build their leadership skills and civic engagement and learn a lot of other workshops that they can participate in. So thank you.
Thank you, Martha. Adriana?
Yeah, I'm really excited and thank you, team. And I agree with Trustee DeMarco, Pat. Just bringing structure and bringing like consistency and knowledge of how to implement a program. It's been amazing to see what you're doing and everything that you all are working on. For the past, I've been a board member for 3 years now. This is my 4th year, and all I've been asked for is community service, civic engagement. I've had many students who really wanted that seal, and there was no structure and no way of them getting them. Even though they have done great projects, they met every criteria. They just needed someone to be able to actually sit down with them and do the actual now application to get their seal. So they graduated without one, but they were happy to be part of civic engagement. And thank you for mentoring one of our students to go through it. And our students, so many negative things happening in our world, and so many adults that we don't have it together. And you all bring me hope. Bring me hope that we can get it together as adults, because you all are setting an example for us. So thank you for doing that. I appreciate you as students. I appreciate the project you did as a person that works on gender equity and gender issues. That's just on spot of stuff. And it's just amazing to see the leadership you are taking and everything. And then my only suggestion is that you go and talk to the current clubs that exist at the high school, because some of them are already going and doing everything. They just need to actually do it, because they're already doing the hours. I have some students that have graduated with more than 100 hours because they were in these clubs. One of them, I'm thinking Águilas Guerreras, is part of their club is to do civic engagement, to go out there and do community work, participate, and they're doing it because they were raised in their families. That's part of their culture, part of their world, right? To be a leader and to be out there and include community and make a community a better place. And so they're already qualifying for this. We just need to let the students know that they qualify, because they're already having all these discussions within the club. So I would recommend, that's not the only club. There's plenty of clubs that part of the requirement of the club is to actually do some community work, community project, and also their grades. So I would recommend that you go. But thank you. This is really exciting. I know our students are gonna love it. And yes, it's great for your resume. It's great for applications, and it's great to graduate with those skills. But what's really great is that you're making a difference in our community. So thank you for that.
Yeah, thank you, Adriana. I think it is really important, the things you said, the seal, it's going to be on your resume or your high school diploma. But what's really important is to learn the skills to advocate for your community, to be able to be brave and to have a plan and put it into action. Those are skills that are going to make you successful every different step of your life. I remember over a year ago, we voted on this and I said no, because I thought the GPA was too low. I still think the GPA is a little bit low, but I do want to say that maybe sometimes you're not great at books, but maybe you are great with connecting with people and putting a project into place. And those are skills that can make you, a billionaire. So this is wonderful to offer this to our students. I just hope that we're consistent with it, so they know that this is an option for them when they're ready. And thank you so much for the update. We really, really appreciate it. So thank you.
Yep, may I have something as well? So thank you, folks. This is really great. And I want to use this as an opportunity just to talk about how things run well, right? And, sometimes we beat ourselves up, okay, for how things don't run well, okay? But this was a board priority, which was communicated to me as superintendent over the summer, where the board said very clearly, we want to revitalize the seal of civic engagement. So superintendent, you go off and you direct staff to revitalize this. And so here we are today with it revitalized. Okay. And it's been a collaboration of staff and students. And so a shout out to you all and thank you very much.
Okay, our next item is public comment on non-agenda item matters. I'm gonna read out, I have 8 public comments. I'm just gonna read out the order so you know. We're gonna start with Luisito Celestial. That's our first speaker. And then we're gonna move on to Sylvia. After Sylvia, we are going to move on to Sonia, then Victor, then Miss Solis is here, and then Alejandra, and then Josefina, and then Elvie. So that will be our order, but we're going to start with Luisito. Can you please come up to the mic if you're going to be making public comment? Luisito. Okay, sorry. Am I butchering your name? I'm sorry if I am. Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. Okay.
All right. Excuse my attire. Today was Wear Blue Day here at the high school.
We love the spirit. Happy New Year.
All right.
Good evening, Board, Trustees, Superintendent. Thank you for allowing me this opportunity to speak. My name is Luisito Celestial, or Mr. C, known to many, and I'm the Community Schools Coordinator for the middle school and high school. I'm here to express my support of this position, but also share my experience since doing the work and witnessing the rewarding impact it's made on our students and families. In my role, I dedicate my time and priority in serving as a bridge, connecting students, staff, and families to resources, support, and most importantly, equitable opportunities. The community schools model is built on 4 pillars: integrated student support, family and community engagement, collaborative leadership, and expanded learning opportunities. My job is to help bring those pillars to the forefront of our work and remind the schools that this work is interconnected, not just another program or separate initiatives competing for attention. For example, under collaborative leadership and expanded learning, my collaboration with a middle school math teacher and Chase Bank led to a financial literacy series for her class. And currently, I'm working alongside with a group of teachers and students here at the high school to help revitalize the school garden. I also help coordinate field trip opportunities, such as the Finance Park simulation in Monterey for our high school, the annual 8th grade trip to Washington, D.C. and New York, and all the other fun trips that many of our students enjoyed this past summer, which all took time to plan, that many of our teachers and administrators most likely wouldn't have had the time to coordinate. Under the family and community engagement, I provide support in planning parent workshops that create real partnerships with families, such as the positive discipline classes at the middle schools, positive discipline classes and the middle school's upcoming parent summit. These spaces help families feel welcome, informed, and supported. I also help organize large-scale events like our annual Day of the Child and the Community Resource Festival. When it comes to integrated student support, I work closely with schools to help connect students to meaningful resources and opportunities. For instance, in 2 weeks at the middle school, our partnership with the Epicenter will offer education on the effects of substance use. And as you saw earlier, just now, I'll be assisting students here at the high school and directing them to different community service opportunities for the state seal. Lastly, I'm exploring what a Big Brother mentorship program could look like for our schools. One that supports our young men to build lasting connections, leadership, and a sense of belonging. This type of project will require a level of commitment to plan and execute that sites might find difficult in dedicating to. The work won't disappear if we eliminate this position. It'll lose consistency and increase the workload to staff already stretched thin. My job is not to replace anyone's work, but rather strengthen it, align it, and sustain it. This role ensures that no student falls through the cracks simply because no one had the time to connect the dots. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Our next public comment is Sylvia.
Good evening, President, Trustees, Superintendent, and members of the board. My name is Silvia Luna. I am a school bus driver for over 20 years for North Monterey County Unified School District. Tonight, I am here because I care deeply about my job, my coworkers, and most important, the students that we transport safely every day. Many drivers had submitted multiple complaints over the time, not because we want conflict, but because we want because the conditions on transportation department have reached the point where silence feels like complicity. What we are experiencing is not just mismanagement. It is a hostile work environment that has been allowed to continue. Many drivers feel intimidated, dismissed, afraid to speak up. When concerns arise, we're often met with retaliation, silence instead of solutions. This creates drivers to stop reporting problems, not because the problems are gone, but because they are afraid of consequences. One of our biggest issues is how dispatch treats drivers. Dispatch is supposed to support drivers so we can do our jobs safe. Instead, many interactions are demeaning and aggressive. Drivers are talked down, questioned in front of others, and may feel like we are the problem simply for asking clarifications or help. This matters because we work in the safety-sensitive positions where drivers are stressed, rushed, or afraid to communicate. That affects safety for students, for public, and for us. The department is also being run in a way that it feels inconsistent and unfair. Rules are changed without notice. Policies are applied differently depending on who you are. Seniority contracts, language are ignored. We are professionals, we're trained, we're responsible for children's lives every single day, yet many of us feel treated as disposable rather than value. We are here asking the board to pay attention, to ask questions, to look beyond reports that says everything is fine, and listen to the people doing the work. We do not want special treatment. We want fair treatment. We want respect. We want safe working conditions. And we want leadership that follows the contract, follows the law, and treats employees with dignity. All of us deserve a workplace where concerns are addressed, not ignored, and where doing the right thing is encouraged, not punished. Thank you for your time, and thank you for listening.
Thank you, Sylvia. Okay, our next speaker is Sonia.
Hello, board. Hello, community. I do apologize in advance for my stutter. I am a little bit nervous. My name is Sonia. I am a staff member at Prunedale Elementary. I am here today to speak about the current cuts being made and the uncertainty that many staff members are facing regarding their positions. While I am not a gardener, even I understand that you prune a tree from the top and the excess. You do not damage at the roots. Classified staff are often the ones providing the most direct one-on-one support to students. Bus drivers, IT staff, cafeteria workers, yard supervisors, aides, office staff, custodians, nurses, librarians, just to name a few. We are the people who interact with students every single day. Reducing classified positions does not just affect employees. It directly impacts the students who rely on us. Most of our classified staff members live in this community. We work where we live. We serve the students we see at the grocery store, in our neighborhoods, and at local events. We are deeply invested in this district because it is our home. How many people at the district office can say the same? I respect that everyone is working to make a living. However, that does not mean we should ignore concerns about pay structures, job security, and how decisions are being made. For example, how can the district say that no one's willing to work when many of us have stepped forward and said we are willing, only to be overlooked? And then we see outside companies or programs brought in as additional costs. We are here, we are ready, we are committed. As classified staff, many of us feel clear separation between classified and certificated employees, not only in roles, but in treatment and voice. I have heard about surveys being sent out regarding administration, yet neither I nor other classified colleagues have received them. Why? Why are we not included? Why don't we have the same opportunities to provide feedback? At the same time, the world around us feels increasingly divided. This is an opportunity to strengthen our relationships rather than widen gaps. We should be working towards unity, classified and certificated, unions and district leadership. All of us focused on what is best for students. I urge you to consider the long-term impact of these decisions, not only on staff, but on the students and the community we serve. I sincerely hope that you hear what we have to say. Thank you.
And you did a very nice job. You didn't stutter at all. Okay, our next speaker is Victor. Welcome.
Hello, I'm Victor, but
Hi, Victor.
we understood that some of the people afterwards can come up here with me and talk right after. Is that okay? I know the time thing is what's going on though, huh?
Yeah.
I mean, she's right here
Yeah, that's.
Three of them are right here. Is that
The
okay?
problem is I have this order here
Yeah,
and they have an opportunity to speak. They just need to bring me their paper.
they already did.
Oh, they did? They're here?
I mean, they're right there and they're right here.
Oh, okay.
There, you
So-
called
so
their,
you're
you called their
Victor?
names. I'm
Okay,
Victor.
their names are just gonna come after you.
Yeah.
But I already have the piece of paper that
Perfect,
says their
okay.
name.
Yeah, I know I got 3 minutes, so I better start.
Yeah, okay, go.
Okay.
Start it now.
And I had to cut a lot of this off from what the students wrote, so I'm sorry if it
Oh,
sounds like
it's okay. If
I
you.
gotta jump around. Okay,
Okay.
this is from a letter that the students
Oh, we'll do
signed.
these, okay.
Okay, dear members of the administration and school board, we are writing to you, not just as students, but as people whose lives have been changed by adult education and by the leadership that keeps this program alive, the leadership. For many of us, coming back to school took courage. We are parents, we are workers, we are immigrants. We are people who were told at some point that our lives, that it was too late. This program proved that it wasn't true. And a special program coordinator is a huge reason why. For the past 2 years, this person hasn't just held a title, he's held this program together. And I know that because anytime I need to talk to him, he's there. Like when we had the emergency of the fire up there, he showed me how to do things. Now we are being told this position may be eliminated and replaced by new administrators who will be responsible for Central Bay and independent studies. With respect, that tells us something painful, that adult students are being treated as an afterthought. Please understand what is really at stake. Last year, 24 students became U.S. citizens through this program. 22 earned their high school diplomas, 11 earned their GEDs, including students who started at 4th grade level. These aren't just numbers. They are parents showing their kids what's possible. This doesn't happen by accident. Adult education funding does not hurt the district, I guess, as a general budget. If costs really matter, then restructure the role. That's what we're asking. Please don't erase it. If you erase it, then he's been really helpful in getting us, all the students know that they can go to him for support. I know the teachers know that we can go to him for support. He totally supports us, and I can call him anytime and he answers. Okay. So we are asking to see us, to see the parents of workers and immigrants as second chance students, to see the results, to see the lives changed. Please don't take away the leadership that makes this possible. Please protect the special program coordinator position for us, for future students, and for the community we are working so hard to build.
You did it.
That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Victor.
Yes. I gotta be online. Okay, so.
Okay, and who wants to speak next? Because we're gonna,
And
because right here, I
Spanish?
had a Miss Solis was next,
Okay,
and then I had
Solis.
Alejandra,
Jose Solis.
and then I had
Solis?
Josefina, and then I have Elvi.
¿Quién es Solís? ¿No está? ¿Usted Solís? No. Primero Solís. ¿Dónde está Solís? ¿No?
The different
Okay.
topic.
Okay, then who's after Solís? No, espera que le diga tu nombre. Who's after Solís? She's not here.
After Solis,
¿Usted es Solís? ¿Quién
it's
es Solís?
Alejandra.
No? Okay,
It's
not.
Alejandra.
I don't
Okay,
know.
your paper, you're Alejandra? Okay, Miss Solis, are you okay if they speak before you? We change the order. Okay, so we're gonna go Alejandra, and then we're gonna go Elvi.
No, she can vote if you want.
No.
Well, if you guys are up there, please proceed. It's okay.
All right.
We'll give you all a chance to
Okay.
provide your comments. Okay, so we're gonna, right now it's Alejandra. Perfect. Please proceed.
No, español. Okay. Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Alejandra Zavala González. Buenas tardes a todos.
Buenas tardes.
Y a la mesa directiva. Estamos aquí representando a la Escuela de Adultos de la Comunidad de Castroville, apoyando al señor Ñáñez, coordinador de la escuela, para que continúe apoyándonos con la eficiencia de su trabajo, como hasta ahora lo ha hecho. Es necesario su rol en la escuela para la administración y control de la escuela de adultos. Han sido varias las generaciones de las diferentes clases que se imparten en la escuela de adultos, como por ejemplo la clase de ciudadanía, la clase de GED y la clase de inglés. Hay cifras que que es un programa, una escuela muy pequeña en esta comunidad, hay más egresados que en otras escuelas que tienen un plantel sólido, grande, y una comunidad más grande. Un ejemplo sería la escuela de adultos de Salinas. Se han egresado más de esta comunidad, de este programa, y pues yo soy parte de ello. Entonces, vengo en apoyo al señor con todos mis compañeros, apoyándolo para que continúe con su rol en la escuela de adultos. Y mi siguiente meta será venir otra vez a hacer un comentario público, pero en inglés. Muchas gracias. ¿Me permite?
Good evening. My name is Alejandra Zavala Gonzalez, and I am here to show my support for the position of Mr. Yanez at the Castroville Adult School. His position is very important because he has been very effective in managing and administering the adult school. He has been supervising several programs, including the citizenship program, the GED, and the English program. And if you look at the numbers, even though this is a very small community, not as large as other communities such as the Salinas Adult School, our numbers for enrollment are higher than those other communities. And that is why I consider his position very important in our community. And I am a member of that enrollment of that community. My second goal would be to come back one day and make this comment in English.
Thank you. Okay, our next public comment is Elvie. Yes, perfect.
Buenas noches a todos. Mi nombre es Elvie Díaz. Yo vengo también de la escuela de adultos, respetuosamente tratando de que reconsideren la eliminación del puesto del coordinador. Creo que yo soy la mayor con la edad de los compañeros. Me gradué del GED el año pasado. Y este año fui la primera en obtener mi ciudadanía. Yo he tenido, como mis compañeros, todo el apoyo incondicional de la coordinación. Han venido otras personas de Salinas a integrarse a nuestro grupo, porque es eficiente lo que recibimos de parte de la coordinación. Ojalá que estas palabras y esta petición sea tomada en cuenta respetuosamente por ustedes. Se los agradezco mucho. Buenas noches.
Hi, my name is Elvie Diaz, and I am also here to speak in support of the adult school. I would like to respectfully ask you to reconsider eliminating the coordinator position for the adult school. I am probably the eldest student in this program. I just graduated with my GED last year, and I also got my citizenship. And that is due to the unconditional support that I've received from this program. We have people coming here from Salinas due to the efficiency that this program has. And it is my request that I hope you take in the most respectful manner that this position be kept.
Thank you. Is there some other public comment?
Yes.
Yes? Yeah, I have, the only remaining public comments, the ones that I have sheets for are Miss Solis and then Josefina. You're Josefina? Okay. We'll leave Miss Solis last but not least, okay? You will go after her. Go ahead.
Buenas noches a todos. Mi nombre es Josefina Lizama y yo vengo representando con mis compañeros en la clase de adultos. Yo llevo muy poco tiempo, pero me ha gustado mucho. Antes nunca pensé aprender inglés. No, nunca lo pensé y dije, no puedo hablar y siempre me la pasé así, pero ya llevo como 2 semanas con el maestro Víctor y me ha gustado mucho. Me siento como una niña porque soy adulta, pero
Esa oportunidad nunca la tuve de niña y ahora lo quiero tener y lo quiero aprovechar y me gustó mucho y vengo para que nos ayuden con la petición que venimos para que José Ñáñez siga con el programa porque es como una herramienta para todos nosotros y mis compañeros. Y esperamos una respuesta muy buena. Ok, gracias.
Hi, my name is Josefina Lizama, and I am also here on behalf of my peers as well. And I am here to support the adult school program. I've only been enrolled in the program a very brief time, but I love it. I never thought I would be learning English, but I'm here receiving for the last 2 weeks now. I've been taking classes with the teacher, Victor, and I feel like a child again. I'm not a child, I'm an adult, but I never had the opportunity as a child. And so I would really love to continue with these studies and ask that you keep Mr. Ñañez, and we make this request with respect, hoping to hear back some good news.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you for taking time to come and give us your public comment. Okay, and now we're going to call up Miss Elise. Well,
Hello, good evening. My name is Alexandra Solis, and I'm the former College and Career Counselor who served this community during the time the 5th counseling position was created. So I was here and I witnessed firsthand what that 5th counselor did for students and the investment that was for families. Do you know how to answer the FAFSA question that asks a 17-year-old student to calculate their family's financial assets, tax information, and future college costs without making a mistake that could cost them thousands of dollars? And if you can't answer that, can you translate it into Spanish so a student who has never heard those words can really understand it? Can you explain it to them in a way that they can take that home to their parent who only speaks Mixteco, a language deeply rooted in this community? Can you provide that level of guidance for every student who walks through those doors? Because there was a time when this district recognized that need. You invested in a 5th counselor and students' lives changed. Yes, we celebrate the students who reached national recognition, earned scholarships, and were admitted to highly selective universities. But that 5th counselor did something even deeper. It helped ensure students did not fall through the cracks. The student who did not know what community college was learned that they could attend for free. The student who never believed college or trade school was possible found a path forward. The student who did not know how to write a resume received that one-on-one time and support to build one. Students from this community, our community, are now studying at Stanford, UC Berkeley, Yale. Students were admitted into nursing programs with acceptance rates as low as 2%. Students who once believed college was impossible are now preparing to graduate and change the world. We made real progress back then, and tonight you're at risk of taking that progress away. At a time when families need guidance the most, when parents are fearful of financial aid, application, and their children's futures, we are preparing to give them even less support. A dedicated college and career center was already taken away, and now an extra counselor will be taken away as well. So my question to you is this: what systems will remain in place to support these counselors? What systems will remain to protect access and opportunity for our students? Because this decision is not just about staffing. It's about whether we continue moving forward or return to a time when too many of our students were left without a path. I urge you to reconsider what this decision truly cost, not in dollars, but in dreams, futures, and equity for the students of this community. Thank you.
Thank you. Zoom public comment? Okay. Please go ahead with your public comment if you're able to.
I had a few points that I wanted to make. First, Luisito Celestiales Community Schools funding. His role is funded through a grant, and those positions, that position doesn't have impact on general funds. So I think that's something that we need to bring up in the comments. The bus driver, transportation reduction, and other positions that are pertinent and classified, I think are something that we really need to look at. Transportation reduction when we have students arriving to school late often is not something that should be happening, because then it interrupts the classroom for other students and the teacher. Jose Yanez, supporting adult ed and other programs with a small space and lack of opportunity to expand the classroom that's available. You know, in the FRC, he's using one classroom, and it's not enough to bring in more students when you don't have enough space for it. The counseling position being cut is necessary for student success. Alexandra was already a gateway for the students, and now we lost her to another school district. We now will lose another great counselor that is providing access to students. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other Zoom public comments? Yes? Okay.
Can you hear me?
We can now. Please proceed.
Good evening, board. This is Cristal Santana, the mental health therapist at Echo Valley. And some of our team members respectfully asked the board to include the mental health team in the district's classification and compensation study. As non-union members, we must advocate for ourselves, and we sincerely appreciate the tier placements implemented this past summer. Unfortunately, it took nearly 3 years to be heard, and thank you for taking that important step. While this progress is meaningful, there's still more work to do. Currently, there's no differential pay for licensed professionals and associates, and questions remain regarding tier placements. We ask for the board's attention to ensure fair and equitable classification and compensation. The mental health team serves as direct service providers for all students, specifically Tier 3 students. We address trauma, conduct risk assessments, and provide critical interventions at a time when county-wide mental health waiting lists continue to grow. Having this vital resource embedded in our schools is not only important, it is essential. We urge the board to recognize and reflect this value by addressing these concerns. Thank you.
Thank you. One more? Okay.
Hi.
Hi.
Hello. Good evening, board members. My name is Lorena de Leon. I am here to respectfully oppose the proposed reduction of our high school counselor position. Counselors play a critical role in our students' success. My child's counselor has helped her gain clarity about her plans after high school and has supported her every step of the way. That guidance has made a tremendous difference. Many of our students, especially first generation college-bound students, rely on school counselors for direction and support they may not receive at home. Reducing this position would directly impact the students who need it most. Please reconsider this decision and continue investing in the future of our high school students. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments? One more? Okay, let me confirm there's no more on Zoom. Okay, then we will take the additional public comments. Thank you.
Hello,
Hi, I'm sorry, what is your name?
Hector.
Hector, thank
Yeah.
you. Please proceed.
Okay,
Thank you for being here.
thank you. So, my name is Hector Nunez, and I'm here advocating for the fifth counselor position at North County. I'm a senior in high school, and I turn 18 in August. I like to cook, play golf, and I work on the weekends. Even though I don't love reading, I do it because I know it helps me improve. Not many people know these things about me, but Ms. Alvarez does. She knows because she truly cares. She cares about each student individually and make sure they receive the support they need. She's here to make a difference, not just to collect a paycheck. One example that shows how important the fifth counselor is happened when I attended a college workshop. The fifth counselor was there, and she helped me guide my parents and I through the college registration process. Before, that job would have been handled by the college and career staff, but since that department has been removed, people are no longer available to help. That means we need as many counselors as possible to help support students through this important process. More and more responsibilities are falling on counselors, and removing one would only hurt the rest, making it slower and harder for students to get the help they need. So why fix something that isn't broken? I know many people that were able to switch classes last year because there wasn't enough time or communication with their counselor. Because of that, my friends and I were stuck with classes that we didn't need or didn't help us move towards our goals. Ms. Alvarez helped change this year. A change that made it possible for me and many other students to get an education that we actually need. Next year, I hope that the people that I'm leaving behind will be heard, and I believe that they will, if they have the right support. Thankfully, Ms. Alvarez returned to North County, and even though she isn't my counselor, she has helped me in more ways than I can count. Thank you.
Thank you, Hector. Thank you. Okay, our next public comment is Ms. Alvarez.
Good evening, Board Trustees and Superintendent. I stand before you to respectfully urge you not to eliminate the fifth academic counselor position at our high school. When we look at neighboring high schools, they have more than 4 academic counselors, multiple therapists, career counselors, work experience coordinators, and several college readiness programs. In comparison, we are already operating with fewer direct student supports. Removing the fifth counselor does not bring us into alignment and places us further behind. Eliminating this position will significantly increase caseloads and reduce our ability to provide preventative care and direct student intervention. At a time when we are seeing increase in mental health needs, substance abuse awareness, peer conflict, and students lacking mentorship, reducing counseling support is not preventative, it is reactive. Because we have 5 counselors, we have expanded parent workshops on financial aid, advocacy, college applications, and understanding academic achievement. We have increased our presence in IEP meetings, strengthened collaboration for our most vulnerable students, conducted roundtable discussions with families and teachers, completed home visits, and connected students to credit recovery, Tier 2 and 3 supports. We are essential bridges between parents, teachers, community partners, and stakeholders. Removing the fifth counselor will not simply reduce staffing, it will dismantle systems of prevention, collaboration, and advocacy that we are currently working. This is a time for our district to not be splintered. It is a time to be united. Unity in numbers strengthens our ability to serve students. We must allocate our resources intentionally toward direct student-centered supports that prepare them to be life-ready, college-ready, and career-ready. I respectfully ask that we prioritize keeping systems intact rather than dividing them, and persevere the fifth academic counselor position for the success of our students and the strength of our community. Thank you for your time and commitment to our students. I have copies of different letters that were sent to us that I would just like to leave behind for you.
Sure. Thank you. Okay, is there any other public comment? On Zoom? No? Okay, we are closing public comment. Thank you all for the time you took to come and let us know how you feel. Okay, our next agenda item is board reports, and we will start with our amazing student.
Sorry, I'm waiting for the slideshow. There it is. Thank you. Okay. So I'll start with around campus. Our winter movie night we just had in January. Yeah, in January. We showed The Sandlot and it was free admission. We also had free snacks, free carnival games with prizes. And it was a fun night and had a pretty good turnout. Next we have sorry. Yes. A Connected by String event, which was for our freshmen led by Link Crew. Students made friendship bracelets. They got to connect with their Link leaders and other freshmen and make new friends, make new connections. As for sports, our girls basketball team is 9-2 in league, and they're playing tonight against St. Francis for their senior night. So good luck to them. I hope it's going well. For boys basketball, I believe they played St. Francis last night, and wrestling, I believe they had a meet, I want to say last week, and we officially have the PCAL champ, Jasmine Perez, who is in 11th grade. So shout out to her. Next slide, please. So coming up this week, we have Diversity and Respect Week, which is a week dedicated to bringing enlightenment and diversity into the school. Monday, we had Around the World, which was like cultural aware. Tuesday was Warmth and Community, where we dressed up in puffers and cardigans. Wednesday was Better Together, which was Twin Day. Today was Respect in Action, where we wore blue and we passed out the little pins you guys have on your desks. And then tomorrow is Kindness Wave, where students will wear yellow and pink with a cultural and winter assembly during fourth period with sports recognitions, cultural performances, games, and yeah. For sports, the winter sports are coming to an end this week, and we're going to start our spring sports, which are track, baseball, and softball. So excited for that. And then, as you guys have heard already, the Parent Summit is coming up as well. A great community event with a lot of keynote speakers, a student panel, and lunch and other services provided. Next slide, please. So for the projects that I've been kind of bringing up, so for the student board member separating from the role of ASB vice president, it's official now. Our HOA has officially voted in favor. So next year, I believe they will be two separate positions. And the student board member is open to all grades, I believe like 9th, 10th, 11th, so. And they will be voted on by the school. So it's pretty cool. And then next we have students attending and joining board committees. We did bring it up in the last HOA meeting as well. And we're starting to see a little bit of kind of interactive. A lot of kids are kind of still iffy on like what it is, but there is a couple kids that are aware and they're ready to come and join. So I'm excited to see where that goes. And then including our students from all of the sites, me and Dr. Turkey were able to meet and get the ball rolling with our district student advisory council, where we're inviting 2 reps from every site, and we're going to have Zoom meetings on the last Wednesday of the month. And we're going to bring up topics of interest and discuss them. And yeah, I think we're in the recruitment process right now, and we're asking principals to give us their advisors or their students by the 20th of this month. And our first meeting will be the 25th. So I'm really excited that we got the ball rolling with that. And yeah, I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Adriana, board report.
So I got the opportunity to participate or to attend the Prunedale reclassification ceremony, and congratulations that there was a lot of proud parents and proud students. And it was really good, coordinated, planned, great to see the turnout. But one thing that they really did that was really amazing was that not only they celebrate those who were reclassified, but they also celebrated students who haven't reclassified but have earned 1 level or moved 1 level up. And I think that that was important because sometimes we forget to celebrate the little steps that they're taking, and celebrating the little steps can lead to the big goal. And so that was really exciting to see. their proud faces and the proud parents around. And then we also got to participate, Trustee DeMarco, myself got to go to visit departments, and we visit transportation, which really amazing to see on the ground what transportation is doing, the work, all the ins and outs about the buses, how it was working. I'm really excited at what's coming, where our students can actually check in when they go on the bus, because I think that not only creates safety, but it's also really important to see which bus stops are needing more support and which ones don't. And that way it gives us true understanding of what the support that our students need, and we're not just guessing of when maybe we should do this or maybe we should not do this. So getting actual numbers and data and information is great. And just all the different staff members of that department, it was great to hear what they're doing, how they're doing it, all the stuff that it's happening on the ground. I think that that's important for us as board members to see, so that when we make decisions, we're able to actually understand the decisions that we're making and how it's impacting our students hand-on. We also got to see facilities. I always confuse it with what is it?
It's facilities and maintenance.
Facilities and
Together.
maintenance. So I see it. And we also got to learn and understand the structure and how we're improving. Again, I've always said in all of our meetings, there's room for improvement. And we always want everyone to tell us what those rooms are, because we might think we know, but it's always good to see and have the feedback of what needs to be improved. But there's a lot of stuff that's happening. Sometimes we forget that we've had systems for years, and sometimes we want 1 week to change everything. Things that have been here for years are not going to change within a week. It's going to take time. We have to be patient, compassionate with each other, tolerant with each other as we change. But there's a lot of actual change that happen. Just hearing on facilities, all the different systems that have been implemented to speed up things, track trends, track what's going on was really amazing. And then I saved the IT department for last, because we even had the discussion that we even forget that we have an IT department, because things are going really well with all the improvements. We all complain about the clocks. I haven't heard a single complaint about the clocks anymore. We have a lot of things that have improved. I mean, seeing the boards in the different schools, the touch boards, it's just amazing to see that it took a while for us to get to improvements, but we're slowly getting there. Again, we're always going to have room for improvement, but Brianna, I saw your small team, and your small team touches every aspect of our district. And I know that when IT or when something in IT shuts down, it makes a little bit, because we're so used to now technology, that it makes it really impossible sometimes to do our work, or complicated or harder. But I want to acknowledge that your department sometimes has not been recognized, and I want to recognize it publicly, that you all are doing an amazing job on trying to find ways to work smarter, not harder, to facilitate things for our students and for our staff, and to be able to stay on top of best practices and not live 20 years backwards. So I thank you for that. And those were amazing things. It's great to go to the school sites, but it's also great to see the different departments that built our district and built how to improve our district. So thank you. Thank you for that, Brenna.
Hey, Adriana. Martha?
No, just a couple of things. The Condor showcase was really cool. I love the way that you had 4 different things going on in one night that we were able to participate. But obviously the wellness center, the kickoff there was really special. I mean, I'm really glad to see that down there and how it's functioning and how people are really enjoying it. And obviously the Condor showcase, the counselors department and everybody that put that together looked like it was very successful. So I really appreciate that. And then just want to shout out, thank you, Matt and Sandra, for supporting our LULAC fundraiser for scholarships for North County students. Again, this is all volunteers. We do it every year. And, we look forward to always supporting our North County students, and we followed them through college. So I'm proud to announce that we're probably going to be able to submit over $7,000 to our national. That matches it 50%. And so that's why we do what we do, right? To be able to support our students. So looking forward to see, the scholarship program night here, and see how many people can participate for that. And then work with our students to apply. So want to make sure that, the students know that where to find those applications, and they're online, or obviously we'll find out where they go to. Obviously they're counselors or what have you, but that's very important in listening to the students, and learning more about those opportunities for scholarships, because there's so many out there, and students need that, right? They need that support. So, yeah, that's all I have right now.
Thank you, Martha. Rick?
Yeah. Thank you. I see a lot of faces here today. I'm glad. I'm glad you are here to advocate. I'm proud. I wish and hope that you organize and work together to accomplish whatever you want. I constantly talk about coming to meetings and letting us know what's on your mind and what's going on and anything. I constantly hear negative things about our district, more than positive by far. People call it worse than before. I charge you to come together and make the difference of change. Don't be silent. Don't be scared. If you are silent because you are comfortable, then you are complicit because of silence. Divided, that's what they want. They want you divided. Come together, put aside differences, demand change. Organize. You have more power. Remember, we could always do better. And then I'm so proud of our sports team. Senior night throughout the district has been awesome. I'm so proud. This is my son's graduating class. So I've seen so many of them from kindergarten all the way up. It's crazy. That's my oldest, and it's so crazy to see when they were like in TK and kindergarten. But I'm proud of all the teams. The girls basketball team is playing tonight, which is my daughter is on. They won 12 out of the last 14 games, and have a playoff bid that is yet to be determined for CCS playoffs. And thank you for all the emails that you've been sending over the past week or so. I responded to every single one of them. And just thank you for coming, and just keep coming and keep advocating and organize.
Thank you, Rick. Angelo?
Clerk. So obviously it's a busy time this time of year, but I really just want to highlight last Wednesday, our visit to transportation facilities and IT. What a wonderful experience that was. A lot of times we do reflect on classrooms, on school sites, but what I've been trying to do this year, and with hopefully some support from our administration, is to visit people behind the scenes and make sure that student success works, because we need a support network. And watching transportation completely blew my mind. I don't know what I was expecting, but the amount of professionalism, the cleanliness of it, the amount of work involved, it was very trying to find it was very awe-inspiring. Great attitude, great morale, hard working going on. Blown away that to see them having to do the work. For example, when I showed up, they were cleaning a carburetor, but that carburetor was just so they could fix the equipment to fix the school buses. That's not even fixing the school buses. And kids, a lot of people don't understand with carburetors, that's about a 3 to 6 hour job with a seasoned mechanic or a seasoned do-it-yourself person. So in my mind, I'm thinking that's almost a full day's worth of work just so I can get the equipment to function correctly so I can repair the school buses to transport our kids. Something I noticed too, we're willing to pull from visiting transportation, we're willing to pull mechanics and our service rep to drive a route. I would not have known that if we didn't visit transportation. So it was just and also our electric school buses, which is exciting, but also we learned the hard truth that they're not the most reliable vehicles we had. I guess something I'm really proud of, and I really want to share with our district, is My visit to transportation. 6 brand new electric school buses, fresh from the factory, failed CHP inspections. But our rest of our buses that are around 20 years old, gas powered, have passed every inspection. That was mind blowing. Because you really have, because we're thinking, electric buses are the future. We're not going to need all that mechanical work. Yet CHP says you can't even drive enough. So, a lot of praise for our mechanics for keeping the fleet up, passing a very, unless you work with CHP, you don't know how hard a CHP inspection could be. To keep our aging fleet looking good, looking new, and actually better, working properly than brand new school buses fresh out of a factory. Very, very just blown away. Facilities visit. It was good to watch. Like I said, I don't know what goes behind the scenes. It was good to see that improvements being made, documentation and record accountability just being made. It was very open and direct that we are making progress forward there. We recognize there needs to be more work, but you can see that they were working hard to catch us up to the 21st century. IT, blown away by IT. It is, I do want to apologize that I have forgotten about IT in the past, but also I want to put this out there where you guys have done so great. There's been so many fires. It's been kind of nice not having to worry about a department. And I appreciate IT working as hard as they do so to give us a little bit of that stress relief. Your little shack is amazing. It is a little shack, but the amount of personality that I saw there in the work of unit cohesion and collaboration. So you have your cubicles, but you have your own space there at IT, but there's this like collaboration feeling. To see how little things like the sink outside in the back meant a lot to me because you guys are working hard to. We actually installed a sink back there so they could wash their fish tank equipment. To me, it meant a lot to me. They're trying to build camaraderie, a good place. Everyone is happy. It just felt very positive. And let's be honest, when I got appointed on the board 2 years ago, that was not the feeling with IT. This time I came away feeling, wow, this is I would love to actually work here, this cubicle group where everybody does their work. They have help with feedback. Everyone had their own little personalities on their cubicle. It just felt very good. It felt warm. So I just really wanted to relate that to everybody about that experience. It's probably one of the best visits I've had in 2 years. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Angelo. I don't have a report, so we will move on to our next agenda item, which is the superintendent's report.
Right, thank you. All right, let's go to the next page, please. Okay, so it was a while ago, but it has been a while since it's been 3 weeks since our last board meeting. So in that time, we did have the Condor Community Showcase, which included the grand opening of the Wellness Center. It included the Science Fair. It included the Condor Showcase. So a bunch of really cool things happening all in one night. And the food was excellent as well, which people thoroughly enjoyed. Next slide, please. Okay, so the preschool family fun night, this was over in Elkhorn, and we've never had one of these before. And it was a real blast. So we had a ton of families and their little ones. And at first, the little ones were being super well behaved and everything. And there was food and that sort of thing. And then the food was put away, and it was like, okay, the games came out, and then woo, it was all crazy. But yeah, no, the kids had a blast, and it was super fun. And Christina and her team just did an excellent job. So shout out to Christina and her team there. Next slide, please. And we've also been having our tier 1 networks with the elementary schools and the secondary schools. We've been focusing on a variety of things, including positive behavior interventions and supports, and how to support students in those tier 1. And tier 1, by the way, as a reminder, tier 1 is something which everybody gets. Okay, so everybody gets this focus on academics, social emotional learning, and PBIS, positive behavior interventions and supports. Next slide, please. There was also Professional Development Day across the district, recently, where all of our staff engaged in different professional development, from our classified staff to our certificated staff, from each school to our TOSAs. So everyone engaging in their professional learning. I was here at the high school, and in the morning, the high school were going over different instructional techniques, that sort of thing, ways to engage students, and all around academic discourse. And then and what they call a gradual release of responsibility. Okay. And then in the afternoon, there's a lot of team building, which was happening as well. Next slide, please. We also recently had a wellness committee meeting. I wasn't able to be there, but I heard that the food was pretty fantastic. Next slide, please. A couple of new committees which we have. So the Library Naming Committee and the CTE Committee. If you'd like to be on either of those committees, please scan that code. Okay, this has been blasted out to the community. Let us know, and we'll be hosting those committees soon. Next slide, please. Okay, so recently we partnered with the Watsonville Law Center and our board trustee here, Adriana Melgosa, around childcare safety plan training for our staff, so that we can provide that for our families and community. So this is a good thing which we're providing, but it's sad that we have to do it. The reason we have to do it is in case families are separated. This is so that families can give the right people the right information, so that people can look after their students, and we know who should be looking after their students if they unfortunately are detained. So a good thing to provide, but as I say, a very sad state of affairs that we have to do that. Next slide, please. So our next dinner with the superintendent is all going to be around the state seal of civic engagement. We've been talking about that tonight. We've been talking about how to get the word out. So on Wednesday, February the 18th, up here is going to be dinner with the superintendent with that focus. We are going to be talking all about the state seal of civic engagement. If you're interested, you have questions, you have comments, then please come, learn all about it, and go through some fun activities around civic engagement yourselves as well. Next slide, please. And we've all heard about the Parents Summit, which is going to be happening on, I believe it's Saturday, not this Saturday coming, the one after that, over at the at the middle school, and a lot being planned there. You've heard all about it, and we're looking forward to seeing you there. Next slide, please. Okay, so quietly behind the scenes, we've been working on refurbishing the 100 buildings. So the 100 buildings, at one point in time, were used by CTE, and now they've been used by the football team, and they've kind of been in a bit of a state of disrepair. So what you see now is a completely refurbished, multi-use 100 buildings. So we're also going to be putting in large whiteboards in there, some of the view boards as well, so that they can be used, yes, by students, yes, by the football team, yes, for staff meetings, yes, for community meetings, and yes, for board meetings. So you're hearing it here. Our next board meeting is not going to be here in the library. Our next board meeting is going to be in the 100 rooms. We're happy that the high school get their library back and they don't have to kick students out every other Thursday from the afternoon on. And we will have our home here. As I say, this is a multi-purpose room, and also for us as well. So we will see you all there at the next board meeting. Next slide, please. So a couple of staff spotlights here. So I've been on the search for some folks who I know are just working super, super hard. Okay. Sabino Galindo is one. He's our head custodian. Okay. And he does go around to different schools, and he just works very hard. Every single person, when you ask about the quality of work which Sabino does, they speak very, very highly of him. So Sabino, I want to give you a shout out. Thank you, Sabino. And the next staff spotlight is for a new employee, Greg Rivas. So Greg Rivas is our head groundsman. And again, you talk about a hard worker. He's a really, really hard worker, okay? I've seen him and his team out there by the football field. And I don't know if anyone's been down there recently, but all of the brush, which is all around the football field, has all been completely cleared. That's Greg and his team. Okay. The next thing which they're taking on is over by Elkhorn. There's a kind of a forest kind of which has grown there on the field which we own. That's going to be next, which is going to be taken down. So Greg and his team are just putting in a lot of hard work. Each time I see him around and about, he's got a smile on his face. He says hello. Everybody likes him. Everybody loves the work which he does. So shout out to you, Greg. Thank you very much. And that's it for the super report. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. Okay, our next item on the agenda is our CSEA Chapter 6 Representative Report.
Good evening, President Reese, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Dr. Matt Turkey, and members of the community. My name is Ramona Diaz-Gariffi, and I am proud to serve as the CSEA Chapter 6 President, representing the classified employees who keep the district running every single day. I want to address a serious issue that is not being adequately discussed: retaliation against employees. And it's particularly in certain areas. And you've heard already a few people speak about it. But it's also happening here at my site, and I'm experiencing it now. I just can't. You like this girl? This is not a rumor. It is not simply employee dissatisfaction. It is a real and ongoing workplace problem, and it is harmful to our district and to our students. Classified staff continue to report feeling targeted. Employees who have spoken up, participated in union activity, filed grievances, or engaged in other protected activities are experiencing worsening treatment. I include myself in that group. Especially since speaking after the board meeting. In recent months, we have seen a troubling pattern when employees raise legitimate concerns or exercise contractual and legal rights. They are met not with resolution, but with heightened scrutiny, reassignment of duties, formal complaints, or investigations. Retaliations does not always present itself in obvious or traumatic ways. It can take the form of increased monitoring, sudden discipline, altered responsibilities, exclusion from communication, or efforts to isolate those who speak up. When that happens, it creates a chilling effect across the entire workplace. Employees begin to ask themselves whether it is a safer place to remain. Instead of being supported, employees feel punished. The current environment is taking a measurable toll on staff. Employees report feeling watched, followed, and subjected to constant scrutiny. Some describe informal probing and questioning based on hearsay rather than verified facts. Others are being assigned additional duties that appear unreasonable or punitive in nature. This climate is affecting mental health. Staff reports anxiety, illness, and significant emotional distress. Some employees have become physically sick at work due to the stress. Many feel they are being treated as second-class employees. In my 20 years working for the district, I have never
witnessed a more concerning workplace climate. This appears to be systematic failure in how concerns are handled. I hear that the HR department often passes complaints from one administrator to another without resolution. Employees feel their concerns are ignored rather than properly investigated. At the same time, when management files complaints, they move swiftly and formally. As union president, I received formal letters that were neither properly communicated to me nor discussed with me beforehand. The working relationship between the district and CSCA is ineffective, resulting in multiple grievances and cease and desist actions. This pattern reflects a breakdown in professional collaboration and labor management trust. This is not a healthy school district that operates in partnership with its union. In a small community, conversations circulate quickly. There are ongoing discussions suggesting that CSCA president is disliked, or there are efforts to push me out of my position. Whether intentional or not, this atmosphere fuels division, hostility, and distrust. This is not leadership. This is not professionalism. And this is not the culture our students and staff deserve. I feel the weight and stress that so many employees are carrying. But as one of my mentors, Dolores Huerta, once said, "What doesn't kill you only makes you stronger." I represent 317 classified staff. This isn't about me. It is about us. And it is about respect. Treating me this way shows that any staff member could be next, treated the same way. We demand respect and fair treatment, not retaliation. We are asking this board to take these concerns seriously because this is no longer a positive or healthy place to work. Retaliation, bullying, and mistreatment have become normalized, and that is unacceptable. Thank you.
Good evening, President Reese, trustees, superintendent, Dr. Matt Turkey, and members of the community. My name is Bianca Ibarra, and I'm the treasurer of CSCA Chapter 6, representing classified professionals who serve the district every day as an instructional aide here at North Monterey County High School. Tonight, I'm here to speak specifically about the proposed eliminations of several classified positions listed in resolution number 2025 and 2621 classified layoffs. These positions are not only important, they are essential to the well-being of our students and the functioning of our schools. These are not extra positions. These are positions that directly support students, families, and school operations. I also want to address the proposed elimination of the 2 special program coordinators positions in adult education. Adult education serves working parents, English learners, adults completing their diplomas, and individuals seeking workforce training. These coordinators ensure compliance with state and federal regulations overseeing restricted fundings, managing reporting requirements, and coordinate services that keep their program functioning effectively. Eliminating both positions place the district at risk of compliance issues, audit findings, and potential funding instability. These roles are not optional. They protect revenue and ensure accountability. Removing both coordinators weakens the structure of the entire adult education program and directly impacts some of the most vulnerable learners in our community. Additionally, the proposed elimination of the community school coordinator is deeply concerning. Community schools are built on. The interpreter's having trouble. Okay, I literally have 2 minutes. Or can I? Okay. All right. Removing both coordinators weakens the structure of the entire adult education program, directly impacts some of the most vulnerable learners in our community. Additionally, the proposed elimination of the community school coordinators is deeply concerning. Community schools are built on partnership, wraparound services, family engagement, and coordinated support systems. The community school coordinator is the person responsible for organizing these partnerships and ensuring services and aligned to student needs. Without this position, the framework becomes fragmented. Services become inconsistent, partnership weakens. If we say we are committed to equity and whole child support, we cannot remove the coordinating role that makes this work possible. Second, I want to address the proposed elimination of the child homeless welfare and foster youth coordinator position. This is not a luxury position. This is not a nice to have position. This is a crucial position that directly impacts the most vulnerable students and families in our district. This coordinator helps families access basic needs such as food, clothing, school supplies, transportation assistance, housing support, mental health resources, and emergency services. They connect families to the community resources that many families don't even know exist. They know how to navigate confusing, overwhelming systems. They know how to advocate for families who are already struggling, and they do it with knowledge, compassion, and trust built over time. When we eliminate the position, we are not cutting paperwork. We're not cutting support for homeless youth. We're cutting stability for foster students. We are cutting the bridge between families and the resources they need to serve. This board has a responsibility to protect students, especially those who have the least protection anywhere else. Cutting this position is not saving money. It's shifting the cost onto children. Third, I want to address the proposed elimination of transportation position, including the dispatcher secretary position, the journey mechanic, and the driver position listed in the layoff resolution. This proposal is especially troubling because the district already paid School Services of California, an outside professional agency, to conduct and review the district FMont department. School Services of California FMont Department Organizational Review report clearly states that transportation is already stretched thin. That report states the district transportation program is operating with significant workload pressure and staffing strain. It also highlights the district's lacks sufficient backup drivers and should consider hiring 2 to 3 backup substitute drivers, as it is industry standard. The report also states that it is not sustainable to operate without sufficient dedicated backup drivers and warns the collapsing and combining routes impact staff morale and potential student safety. So my question to the board is simple. If the professional consultant concluded that the staffing shortage and a need for more drivers, how can a district justify eliminating transportation positions? The facts do not support it. This board should not ignore evidence that was already provided. I also want to address the elimination of MTSS's assistance positions. These positions belong to the middle school, and the middle school is in desperate need of this support. MTSS is about intervention, student success, attendance, and behavioral support. Middle school is a crucial time when students either get their help that they need or fall through the cracks. These assistants provide direct support to help prevent students from failing, dropping out, and needing more serious interventions later. If the district is truly focused on student success, these positions should be strengthened, not eliminated. I also had to speak about the elimination of Administrative 1 Assistant High School position. This position should not be cut. The employee who previously held this role was promoted and the district never filled the vacancy. HR mentioned the idea of moving the current Admin 1 to a position has not happened. Instead, the work was simply piled onto the promoted employee. That means the job duties continue to exist. The district just chose not to staff it properly. Now the district is acting as if the position is unnecessary, when the reality of the work is still being done, just without proper staffing and without proper support. And most importantly, when job duties are added, increased, or changed in a major way, that they should be negotiated with CSCA. And that did not happen. It is unfair for employees to be, and it is unfair to the employee and is unacceptable. The next is also the elimination of the 4 school office clerks position is extremely concerning because the school office clerks are the front line of every campus. They assist student parents and staff every single day. They handle attendance, records, phone calls, emergencies, student support, communication, and countless daily tasks that keep the school functioning. Cutting these positions will not reduce the work. It will simply overwhelm remaining staff and create chaos at the school sites. When school offices are understaffed, it affects safety, student support, parent communication, and administrators' ability to their jobs. Our schools cannot operate effectively without office staff. Finally, I want to speak strongly against eliminating the Library Tech 1 position. The library is not a luxury. The library is part of education. Library technicians support student learning, literacy, reading interventions, research skills, and access to academic resources. Students need to be structured, supportive environment where they can read, study, and grow academically. Removing the Library Tech 1 will reduce access to resources and supervision, and it would also take away the valuable support system that our students only rely on. This is not the time to weaken the students' literacy support. And while I'm here, I also need to point out something that makes the entire layoff plan even harder to believe. The district is proposing to eliminate the Data IT Specialist 2 position, even though earlier this year, CSEA was told that another data IT specialist would not have a schedule adjust to accommodate picking up their preschool child because the workload was too much and that the district needed full coverage. Now, suddenly, only 5 months later, the district claims that it's not enough work to justify keeping the position. So what changed? Did the workload disappear? Did the district suddenly automate everything? Or is the district simply using layoffs to solve management issues in the most harmful way possible? Because from our perspective, this does not add up. Closing, board members, these proposed layoffs are not just numbers on a list. They don't represent real services that students and families depend on. If we eliminate these positions, students will lose support, school with lose ability, and adult education will lose structure. Community schools will lose coordination, and the remaining classified employees will be stretched beyond what is unreasonable. CSEA Chapter 6 is asking you guys to consider these proposed layoffs and explore alternatives that do not harm the people who keep the district running. Classified staff deserve respect, students deserve support, and our community deserves schools that are fully staffed and functioning. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
Okay, our next agenda item is the Teachers Federation. Is there a report? Yes, here he comes. Great. No, they have 10 minutes. There's the time.
Point of.
Hi, Kelly, welcome.
Thank you. How are you?
Good.
Good. I'm great. I've taught here for 25 years, and it's always interesting to come to these things. Kids seem the same to me. I've told Angela this in conversations. I mean, like, I feel like not a dang thing has changed for me in 25 years. The kids seem, my classroom seems the same as it ever was. So I hope you guys hear that sometimes. I mean, I know it can seem very tumultuous in here because things come up and people get very passionate about it. But I want you to know that it doesn't feel any different to me than my first day at this school, like in 2001. So the students who are here and the experience of the classes, I would never go anywhere else. They're absolute sweethearts. They come out of your class learning a ton, and it's a great place to teach. That being said, it is 8:30. I know some of you guys have expressed interest in more people coming here and advocating, and we just have to put the presentations after the reports. I mean, we've been here 2.5 hours. Teachers know what's going on at the middle school, and we're very familiar with the bioliteracy program. So we need to get those reports up first at the front of the school board meetings for the students to get home in a more timely manner and for the teachers to get home for everybody. That's got to happen. I've been asking for that for years. Those presentations are for you guys and for the public, but it's mostly for you guys. So to have those reports up sooner would be helpful. And also, I just kind of felt the need to throw this out here. I don't feel like school board members should be getting paid big stipends or any stipends. I know you guys do hard work. I'm not poo-pooing that whatsoever. But I've always supported like the healthcare part of it, but even when that happened, I don't think once you start attaching money to a school board position, people stop doing it because they care about the school and they keep doing it to not lose that stipend. And for me personally, that's just a really big concern. And I know there's other districts that give bigger stipends, but I also know there's bigger districts that give no stipends. And that's just really a very big concern for me. I'm sure you guys are familiar with the psychology. It's a lot easier to give something up money-wise than to work harder for it. And I'm really concerned that I don't want in the future people to be running for the school board or staying on the school board for the money and not because they're doing what's right. And I think once you get up to the size stipends that we've recently approved, I think we're getting into kind of that territory. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, we are going to take a 8-minute recess. We will reconvene at 8:40. You ready? Thank you. Oh. I wanted to see. I know I was supposed to do it. My mom said, calling. Okay, we're going to go ahead and reconvene at 8:40 and move on to our next agenda item, which is a discussion action item, and it is to adopt resolution number 2025-2621, preliminary classified layoff.
Good evening, board. Good evening, public. Before you today is a resolution 2025-2621, and it is the preliminary, keyword preliminary, classified layoff. The rationale behind this is certain classified positions have been identified as no longer needed for the 26-27 school year due to lack of work and or funding, requiring a realignment of positions and resources. Assembly Bill 438 requires that the preliminary notices be issued to impacted classified employees by March 15th, 2026. Adoption of this resolution initiates the required process and authorizes the district to work with CSEA leadership to review applicable collective bargaining provisions and AB 435 requirements, and to implement the required steps and timelines in the compliance with the law. And I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, I will start. You want to be first, Adrian?
No question.
Okay. Martha? Rick?
Point of order.
Yes.
Well, we need to make a motion, even if we want to vote on this.
Isn't it first technical questions? Remember, first technical questions, then we have public comment, right? Yes?
I will concede.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Rick, do you have questions? Technical questions, right? That's what we're doing right now? Yes? Angelo, you seem uncertain. Is there something?
I'm certain.
Okay,
Still rusty. No, I still default back to Robert Lewis, so.
okay.
Um,
Secretary, is that what?
We're on number 3.
Yeah.
okay,
That's correct.
I'll go back.
You're doing it correct.
All right, thank you. Rick, do you have any technical questions or questions? Okay. Angelo, do you have any questions?
No.
Okay, so now we're going to open it up for public comment. Is there any public comment? Good evening.
Hi, everyone. Good evening. My name is Sandra Ispuro. I worked for this district for 7 years. I started as a front office clerk, and now I am the librarian technician at Prunedale School. I am also a parent of 2 students attending one of our schools. I am part of this community and a former student from NMCUSD schools. I'm here today because last Friday, I received an email from the HR office stating that my job might be at risk, and that 1 out of the 5 librarian technicians might lose their job at the end of the school year. After reading that email, I feel worried and on edge, not knowing what will happen today, wondering who of the 5 librarians will be losing their job. When HR confirmed that the job elimination will be determined by seniority, well, that confirmed my fear. At that moment, I knew I was the one who would be losing their job. I am on that list with the less seniority. I like my job. I like what I do. I work hard. We all work hard. Librarians do more than just read to students or check in, check out books and host book fairs. And at times we support with LPAC testing too. We encourage kids to read and we make a difference. Our responsibilities are more important than what you see or you know. One of them is making sure teachers get all their curriculum and materials they need at the beginning of every school year. We work hard to get this done and make sure they have what they need. We drive back and forth to pick up curriculum from other sites to complete classes for teachers because sometimes we don't receive everything we need. Librarians are not the ones placing the math and benchmark orders, but because we are a team and we work together, we get the work done. So teachers and students are ready to start the school year. This is the hard work we do that you don't get to see. But yet my job depends on your decision today. Just because the group got together and brought up this idea and decided one school does not need a library due to space or budget cuts or lack of work. Get to know your staff and the work we do before you get to decide which job is not important. You might decide one school does not need a library, but what you don't realize is that this change will affect everyone, not the school you're deciding to leave without one. What kind of message are we giving the students? Shouldn't all students have equal access to library books and know they have that option? Before you vote, keep in mind that this will not only affect all school sites and students, it will also affect the employee and the whole family. I'm here now trying to keep my job and letting you know how hard I work. Does that even matter? Maybe not, but if you are in this room and you are an employee of this district, well, this is the situation you might be in next year. Stop eliminating jobs. It affects people more than you think. We all work hard. Thank you.
Hi, Eric.
Good evening, Board, Superintendent Turkey, President Ruiz. This time last year and the year before that and the year before that, I stood at this podium saying the same things. First and foremost, anytime we have to cut jobs, it's going to come down to CSEA feels it the hardest. And every year I remind you all that school districts don't run without classified. You can have all the administrators, you can have all the teachers you want, but without classified, districts do not operate. Beyond that, hearing tonight with all of these people who are frankly begging to keep their jobs. I understand this is a preliminary, which means that yes, you know, it's subject to change as always. But the reality is that this affects students in such massive ways. I mean, looking at all these library books, my son has read probably a good 10% of what's in this library because the librarian here keeps encouraging him to read another book. Without that librarian, my son probably would not be reading as much as he is because he's grown, frankly, bored of what I can provide him. So while this is a necessary thing, this goes back to our communities where it doesn't just hit your staff members. It hits the kids. It hits the members of our community that rely on these people and these services to help their children grow. I mean, we saw tonight in the lovely middle school report that our reading levels are coming up. How many of those kids are being pushed to read a different book? My daughter sure is. I mean, her reading level is high, but she's being pushed. Hey, check out another book. Hey, return that one. All right, here's another one. Go for it. Go for it. So if we want our scores to go up, we have to foster kids' interest in learning. Sure, we can have exciting, programs. We can have field trips. We don't really have those anymore, but we can have all these things. But if the kids aren't excited to have their butts in the seats, they're not going to learn. So sports, reading, having great activities, inclusive activities are so important. So if we can, let's see if we can find other ways to save money in that budget other than hitting CSEA again. Thank you.
Please.
Hello again. I just want to make one final piece. I know I had a script, but I wanted to really speak from the heart. So I'm a longstanding employee for the district of 10 years. I'm a community member. I live in Castroville, just a minute walk from the middle school. I fell in love for the community. Before this role, I was the nest coordinator, and I focused more on the program and providing those opportunities and activities for the students in the after school program. And so when I heard the position, the community schools coordinator position, I wanted to reach more students rather than just the after school program. And so I thought it was a great opportunity to jump in, knowing that it was a 5-year grant and I was risking getting cut, but I'm here for the students. Just again, seeing the faces and the reaction of the students who enjoyed all those trips. We went to a few of the colleges. We went to UC Santa Cruz, and one of the students came to me and said, "Hey, you know what? I didn't know what college I want to go to, but now I do." And so she now wants to focus on that college. And, again, just hearing how students are learning through the DC trip, students are doing those projects. We have the projects displayed right now in the public library. And I actually learned from the students, from their research. So the students are engaged, the students are learning, because again, they're having this opportunity to learn in a different way from just the classroom. So again, I'm just here for the kids. I'm just trying to find ways to collaborate with the schools to see how we can improve our students, how to make learning fun and engaging and quality. And so again, I'm just here to support the staff. But yeah, so again, I would be disappointing if this role goes away, but like I said, the work will still remain. It's just going to put a lot of workload now onto other staff. Sully does a great job with elementary, and I have a heart for the secondary level, trying to incorporate career and college readiness for our students. So yeah, so again, I'm here for the students. I would not love, I do not want to go to another school district. Again, I fell in love with this community. I want to stay in this district. And I want to provide my resources and support for the students in our community. Thank you.
I don't see any more public comment. Do we have any public comment on Zoom? Okay.
Yes, good evening, members of the board and superintendent. My name is Sandra Ortiz. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you. Please proceed.
Okay. My name is Sandra Ortiz, and I have proudly served as the attendance clerk at Prunedale School for 25 years. I recently learned that the office school clerk position is being considered for elimination, and I would like to share my concerns. Prunedale School currently has the highest elementary enrollment in the district, with 649 students. Our front office manages a very high volume of daily activity, including attendance, parent communication, student check-ins and checkouts, health concerns, safety procedures, and overall campus support. The workload is continuous and fast-paced. I respectfully invite you to visit our campus and observe firsthand the daily flow and demands of a busy elementary school front office. While we always do our best to prioritize our responsibilities and support our students and families, we can only accomplish what time and staffing allow. Reducing office staff at a school of our size will impact efficiency, response times, and service to our community. Thank you for your time and thoughtful consideration.
Thank you. Thank you for your public comment.
Good evening, members of the board and superintendent. My name is Jose Gonzalez, and I have served as an administrative assistant at Prunedale School for 26 years. I also have learned about the school office clerk position that is considered for elimination. I want to express my deep concern about the impact this cut will have on our school site. The school office clerk position has significantly improved the efficiency of our front office operations, particularly with the implementation of the new online registration OLR system and the ongoing processing of student transfers. This role has become essential to maintaining smooth daily operations and providing timely support to student families and staff. It took years of advocacy to secure additional support for our office. Nearly 15 years ago, we recognized the need for extra assistance, and when the position was finally established about 8 years ago, it made a meaningful difference in our ability to serve our school community effectively. Eliminating this role now will substantially increase our workload, and it will impact the level of service we are able to provide. Once again, classified staff are being reduced while administrative positions remain unaffected. I respectfully ask the board to carefully consider the operational and service-related consequences of removing this position before making a final decision. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you for your public comment. No further public comments on Zoom? Okay. Seeing none, we are going to close public comment. Again, this is a discussion action item. So at this point, I will invite a motion. Is there a motion to approve? Is there a motion to amend? Motion to amend? You motion to amend? You need to state your amendment, right?
No, sorry, this isn't the one I'm.
Okay. Okay, is there a motion to approve?
I move to not approve the current proposed list.
You not to approve the current list.
My motion to not approve.
I'll second that.
Okay. Okay, so that's the motion on the floor. We're now going to open it up for discussion. Okay, who wants to start discussion? Would you like to start?
So I prepared a statement.
Okay,
So to those hopefully online that are seeing this and others, Trustee Angela DeMarco, Trustee Area 3, I am deeply concerned about eliminating the child welfare, homeless, and foster youth coordinator in our district that serves, based on the California School Board, approximately 4,290 students, of whom roughly 1,000 are identified as homeless, nearly 1 in 4 students. Additionally, 86% of our students are socioeconomically disadvantaged, and nearly half are English learners, and over 600 receive special education services. These demographics represent a very high-intensity service environment. Eliminating the one dedicated coordinator responsible for the McKinney-Vento compliance and homeless student stability raises serious concerns about service continuity, compliance risk, and student outcomes. Before I can even support this reduction, I need to see a clear, detailed plan for who will absorb these responsibilities and how we will ensure that there's no degradation in services for these students. Additionally, I'm also very concerned about eliminating a journey mechanic. Well, we're responsible, which I looked in, we are responsible for approximately 79 district vehicles and pieces of equipment, including 33 school buses, 6 which are electric. Reducing our mechanic staff from 2 to 1 place, it places full maintenance responsibility on a single individual for the entire fleet. I need to see a detailed operational plan showing how we will maintain preventative maintenance schedules, manage emergency repairs, and avoid increased outsourcing costs or vehicle downtime. Transportation safety and reliability are core district obligations, and I am not yet convinced this reduction will not create a greater risk or long-term cost. I would like the district to take a step back for a moment. When reductions involving high-risk student populations or high liability operational areas, I expect a full impact and mitigation analysis, not just a list of positions. That level of analysis helps this board make informed decisions. Until I see something like that, I cannot and will not support the reduction of these forces.
okay, thank you. Matt, would you like to address the logic behind the two
This is
positions?
discussion between the point of order,
Oh.
discussion between us 5 orders.
Oh, it's just between us 5? We can't ask?
I don't think that's true.
Unless the trustee asked it.
I don't think that's true. It's for the board and the superintendent, so.
Can I ask you to address your logic behind the positions that you selected? I heard Angela mention too that he had concerns about.
Sure.
Okay, is this true? Can I? Okay.
Yeah, you can.
Okay, I mean, I think that it's important for us to understand the logic.
Absolutely.
So
Yeah.
I call a point of order that should have been addressed during the presentation. Go ahead and carry on.
So Sandra cannot ask a question now?
She can ask it, but that information should have been brought in presentation.
Okay, well, I'd like it addressed now,
Okay.
please. Thank you.
That's just for I wanted it on the record.
Okay, great.
Okay. So, I mean, first of all, I'm just going to say that cutting positions is never, ever easy. It's never easy. Okay. Nobody's saying, hey, this is good. This is great. Let's have people lose their jobs. Right. I just want to be really clear about that. Okay. Nobody relishes this kind of thing. Nobody likes this kind of thing. In terms of The folks who are on any list, I know that that's very, very hard. And I know that it hits and I know that it hurts. So please don't think that this has been done without any consideration. In terms of the two positions which you're asking about, you're asking about the child welfare, homeless and foster youth coordinator position. So that position is currently a coordinator position. However, there's no actual coordination which happens. There's direct supports to students. Direct supports to students doesn't need to be a coordinator position. A coordinator position is a management position. This person would then essentially bump into a community liaison position, do the exact same work as a CSEA person, not as a management person. So in terms of the services going away, they wouldn't go away. They're currently be done by a manager who doesn't manage anything. So, and to the comment where this isn't impacting management, there's 4 management people on here. So I just want to say, actually, on a percentage wise, it hits management way harder than any other area. The journey mechanic one, it's an interesting question, that one. Okay. So we did go visit and the folks work hard, right? They do. There has been a reduction in the amount of work there. Okay. And there is an issue there with absenteeism as well, right? And so you have 3 people there, some folks who are absent often, right? And, you know, is there enough work for those folks? When we spoke to the people in transportation, they thought not, right? So I'm speaking very frankly. So that's those 2 positions. If you want information on other positions, we can talk about that too.
Thank you, Matt. Is there any other discussion?
Yes.
No? Yes? Okay, go ahead, Rick.
Yeah, I'm glad I asked that this be brought super early, you know, so we have enough time as colleagues to discuss just in case we you know, had the opportunity to. And eliminating these positions weakens our students' ability to learn, to read, to get guidance, to get to school, for people and students with extreme needs, not to get services like clothing, shelter, food, camaraderie, engagement. Let that sink in. How would management administration like if we voted to cut 10% of their salaries immediately? You all know I wouldn't mind that. God forbid it, that we did that. School office clerk, they need to be there for roundups, for enrollment in the summer. And my colleague touched on a couple of them also, spot on. And yeah, I can't support this either.
Okay. So Martha, do you have any comments?
I do.
Okay.
I do. I mean, it's very, I mean, unfortunately, I've gone through this so many times. Every year we're facing this. This is probably the hardest time of the year as a board member that we do not look forward to. But then and sitting in this board, learning both sides of how to run a district, how to work to make sure that we're servicing our kids, you have to have a balanced budget, right? And it's all over the news, guys. You guys seen it in other districts. Pajaro Valley, 142 positions. Monterey Peninsula Unified, just 42 positions. Every district is facing this, which is unfortunate, right? And what is the result of it? It's not a secret. Declining enrollment. How do we get our money? We get our money through ADA. And I think we were getting 4,000 per student. We're only getting, and I think you can clarify that. Is it 3,000? Like
In terms of AD, I don't have the exact figures.
4,000 And do you have those numbers? Because it's important to look at the whole big picture here of what we're facing. Because at the end of the day, we do know every single position is important. If anything, I wish we could add more positions because this is the hardest part. But then our job as board members is to make sure that we have a balanced budget so then the state doesn't come and take it over. And we all had the opportunity to meet with you and understand the logic behind each one of these positions and understand like what was, and I asked you when I met with you, like who was at the table, like who was part of the decision to make sure which positions need to be eliminated and what is the plan, right? And you shared the results of the two that were in question. And that's the story you told us, you told me. So you're being consistent there, which is good. You know, because you met with us all individually and you were letting us know that, because I was very concerned too about the homeless population. That's close to my heart too. But then you let me know that those services are not going away.
Correct.
Those services are still going to happen. It's the coordination piece that we don't need because it's the community liaisons, the people that are giving the direct services to those families and all the other parts that you have part of the district is going to continue to support that population. So you did, I want to publicly say that, you said that is not going away. Those services are not going to be diminished. And so that was important to understand that. And then I didn't get into details about all these other ones because I understood that some of this stuff was going to be consolidated. Some of these roles are going to be consolidated. Some of the positions weren't needed anymore. I'm not going to go into all detail. But at the end of the day, guys, I'm just sharing that we're in, what is it? Those that have been coming to board meetings, those that look at our budget, we're in what, $9 million deficit or is it $7?
$7.
$7 million deficit spending. So yes, you know, I'm hoping that you guys are doing. And then we're also, let's face it, we're also in a time where we have to give, you know, raises and we have to be able to sustain that. And there's, you know, insurance, all that has gone up. So we have to look at that everything. And it's hard. It's hard because at the end of the day, we don't want to be here. We do not want to be here. But at the end of the day, I don't want us to have the state come in and take over either. We have to have a balanced budget. So I am torn. I am torn right now. And so can you confirm or reaffirm or let us know when these positions were discussed and all the people that were at the table to confirm that there's plans in place? And when you say everyone, not just your cabinet, site leaders that oversee these roles were part of this decision.
That is correct.
So it wasn't just you and the district. It was a site leader saying, all right, this is what we have to cut back. Help us meet this goal.
These are in departments mostly, but yes.
And then union representatives were aware of this too.
You told union representatives, yes.
They were aware of this too.
Yes.
During your negotiations and everything, right?
So this isn't negotiated with union partners. Instead, union partners are made aware of it. It's not negotiated.
Right. Then the next step after they're made aware is we bargain the impacts and effects of that, of the decision the board makes with the resolution. Then we meet to bargain the effects and impacts of the decisions of these positions going away.
Then you have to go back and you have to
Correct.
Okay. Okay.
And you know,
it's good to have everybody understand the process because it's so detailed and it's so important to make sure we're following all those guidelines, you know.
And my ask of the board is if this is not acceptable to the majority of the board, okay, what would be?
What would that mean? You tell us.
Well, would there be an amendment? What would be acceptable to a majority of the board? What you're seeing is staff recommendations, right? If that's not, well, the will of the board is okay. That's understandable. Okay. What would an amendment look like?
Like I said, point of order, like I said, we have time to meet up together and discuss as a board. He wanted us one-on-one, which, you know, I guess, I don't know, I forgot the reason. I'm not asking for it either. But we could come together and discuss this together. If it has to be an open session, it could be an open session. And that's it.
So what you're asking is clarification, a deeper dive.
Yeah,
And a
'cause-
deeper dive among all of us to
Yeah.
see what exactly we can do.
Exactly.
And
So it would be my point of order. The motion was to vote this, to not vote in favor of this.
We're still in discussion though, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Are we voting to amend or are we continuing to discuss?
Well, the motion on the floor is to not approve. That's the
That's the
motion.
motion. Mhm.
Yeah.
We don't have to amend to discuss it later at a later time. We could just,
This can still be discussed later if this motion gets passed to where we disapprove. It's not saying we can't talk about it again later. We're just talking, the motion is not approve resolution number 2025-2621.
So, okay.
So what we're
Is
saying,
discussion concluded and we're ready to vote on the live motion?
yes.
and then that's when you can add your, can I get clarification?
Sure.
Point of order. When we go for the vote, at that point, can we make an amendment for a vote?
you can make an amendment now if you want, and then the amendment would then be discussed. And then the amendment is voted on, and if not, that fails, then it comes back to the original motion, which is not to approve.
So I would like that recommendation of an amendment that Rick just suggested for us to have a discussion before bringing this back to the board for a vote. Does that make sense?
If you, I mean, the discussion you could have now, if it's an amendment, you'd have to say what the amendment is. So for example, you could say, I would like to amend this motion to not include positions X, Y, and Z, or whatever you would want.
I have a question. Does this impact our timeline at all with letting people know? Do we have enough additional time? So people have.
We can bring this back to another board meeting, but the question would be what to bring back.
Okay.
Yeah, so perhaps we're gonna have to schedule a special board meeting or something specific.
Well, it could be, I mean, we could. It's obviously up to the board. But
Okay.
again, you know, this is the recommendation of staff, so if not this, then what?
Yeah, that's a good question. We're gonna have to better that out unless you guys want to better it out right now. No? Okay.
Not at 9:11
Okay.
PM.
Okay.
today.
Okay, so the motion before us is to vote no, not approve. Resolution number 2025-2621 preliminary classified layoff. So if you're disapproving, if you vote aye, you're agreeing with the disapproval. If you vote no, you're disagreeing with the disapproval. Okay? So I'm gonna do roll call.
Smart.
Okay, go ahead, Angelo. How do you vote?
Aye.
Okay, Rick?
I vote aye to disapprove.
Okay, Martha?
If I vote aye, are we still gonna bring it back for a workshop? Because that's what I heard you say.
I think that's agenda setting and it's after,
Okay,
right?
okay,
Okay, how are you voting?
aye.
Okay, I vote no, and then aye. Okay, so we have 4 yeses to disapprove and 1 no to disapprove. Motion carries. Okay? And then we will discuss at our next agenda setting whether we have a special meeting or not. Okay, we're gonna move on to the next item, which is adopt resolution number 2025-2622 preliminary certificated layoff. Please, Curtis.
All right, before you tonight, you have resolution number 2025-2622 preliminary certificated layoff. Similarly, the rationale on this one is certain certificated positions have been identified as no longer needed for the 26-27 school year due to lack of work and or funding, requiring a realignment of positions and resources. Assembly Bill 438 requires that preliminary notices be issued to impacted certificated employees by March 15th, 2026. Adoption of this resolution initiates the required process and authorizes the district to work with AFT leadership to review applicable collective bargaining provisions and AB 438 requirements to implement the required steps and timelines in compliance with the law. I am happy to answer any questions on the position under particular kinds of service that are listed on this resolution. There is one position on this resolution.
Thank you. We're going to start with technical questions. Angela?
No questions.
Rick?
No.
Martha?
No.
Adriana?
Do all of our students have a 6-year plan implemented and enter into our online platform where they can see it and have all the support that they need that comes from a high school counselor?
Not yet.
Okay, thank you. That's all my questions.
We'd have to get the data for you on that.
The answer is no.
No, okay.
Thank you. Yes. Do we have any public comment?
Good evening again. There's only one job on this list, and I hear some fairly, to my ears, disturbing things when we talk about staff. There's cuts here, so there should be cuts here. I don't like to talk about staffing of a district in terms of like, well, why aren't they getting cut too? Or like, let's cut this group or we're going to cut this group. That's not the discussion we should be having. It should be, what are the merits of this position by position? Not, because this is really hard politically for you guys, I'm sure. It's like 15 CSEA jobs on the list and 1 certificate. You know, a lot of that is because our jobs are generated by the staffing ratios that we negotiate. We're 24-1 at TK or K through 3. We're 29-1 at middle school, and we're 29. So the number of students really generates the number of certificated staff there is. So it's a different way of staffing. So that, just so you know why that list is kind of perpetually different, that's one of the reasons why. It's just, there's not, but I don't like what I'm hearing from a lot of places on that. I hope you guys are thinking about each one of these positions, including this one, just on the merits of it, not who's getting cut where and how much is here and how much is there. Because you saw the petition from the students, you heard from his parents who are here. That 5th coordinator has made a very big difference at the high school. That college and career has made a very big difference at the high school. And yeah, I'd say we had 4 counselors for like 20 years. But I think if you look at what Ms. Elise did in the past, Ms. Alvarez has been doing, and like full disclosure, she's a former student of mine. So yes, like she was awesome then, like that. But whoever was in that position, that has made a gigantic difference for what we're trying to do for the kids, which is college and career ready. The extra counselor at the middle school too, where we had 1 forever. Having 2 has made all the difference in the world for those guys. So I hope when you are making that decision that it is just based on the merit of that and not any of this other baloney. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Any other public comments? Are there any on Zoom? Yes. Oh, hello. Is there? Hi, please proceed. Good evening.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Elsa Jimenez. I'm a parent of a senior at North Monterey County High. Thank you for giving me a couple minutes to speak to this. As was stated earlier, we only have 1 position identified here, and I actually would start with commending your school district for trying to get us closer to the national average of counselors to students, which is 1 for every 250 students. And deleting this position would put us back in a situation where each of our counselors would have over 300 students assigned. And if one of the priorities for the school district is to increase the number of students who are completing the A through G requirements and who are meeting the UC-CSU entrance requirements, right now we are below. I think we're at about 40% of our students are meeting that. This is eliminating this position is not going to allow the school district to be able to achieve those metrics. I also want to remind you all what your student demographics are. Most of our students at North County come from monolingual Spanish-speaking or other indigenous language-speaking homes that may be the first student in their household to be able to pursue higher education. And so it's really imperative that the school wrap services around these students and support them on their journey through high school to make sure that they're meeting those requirements, and more importantly, that we're getting them ready for life and career. So I would implore the board, the superintendent, and the other administrators to go back and revisit their budget and identify potential cuts in other areas so that you could preserve your fifth counselor. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your public comment. Bree, do we have anybody else? No? Okay, public comment is closed at this time. I invite a motion to adopt resolution number 2025-2622 preliminary certificated layoff. Is there a motion?
I move to not approve
Move
this.
to not approve.
And I second.
And we have a second. Okay, let's open it up for discussion. Would you like to start the discussion?
Yes, well, I understand ratios and I understand all that. I also understand the population that we serve, and I also understand that we are not yet ready to eliminate any support. Because we still don't have the systems in place for the board counselors that would stay to be able to do the job with the ratio that other schools might have. And we're also not other schools. We're the only district that is fully unincorporated. We're the only district that doesn't have one single city in our whole population of students. We are also high on different, like the last speaker said, our population has different languages. Our students still need a lot of support. As a parent who didn't have her child's 6-year plan, and my child was placed in classes that she didn't need until we figured it out, I don't want that to happen to other students. And I want first to implement systems in place, first to have everything ready and everything going and rolling and have that support. And then once we have that support, then we can start to talk about cutting and adjusting ratio. But right now we don't have, we're just barely going into cleaning and to figuring out what's best practices and bringing them to our district. And right now we are not there yet. Once we are there where we have the process and procedures and the systems in place to actually go with ratio, and then we can have the discussion of cutting this extra support in place. That's just my view of this whole position.
Martha, do you have?
Yes,
discussion?
so I was very, last year when we got rid of the college and career program, again, asked what the plan was, because that was 3 individuals and those statistics and that support was huge. We saw an impact. We saw the difference of all the students that completed FAFSA, all the students that got scholarships. And we were told, well, we're going to add an additional counselor to support that area. So here we are eliminating that, and we still don't have a college and career program. Yet every other school, I did some research and I started researching because yes, you guys heard my speech about the ADA. So I started comparing apples to apples, looking at, the population, the demographics that we have, but let's look at what actually would work. And, Pajaro Valley has 1,200 students with 4 counselors, but they have a college career program. They have 2 interns college career. They have 1 scholarship specialist. They have 1 college and career specialist. So they have that model that supports each other, right? We don't even have that model. And, King City with 1187 students, yeah, they might only have less population with 3 counselors, but they have a robust college and career program with a counselor in the college career program. So I really started looking at that. And I was like, we are really sacrificing, and a disservice to our students. And that was one of the main reasons why I joined this board. I'll never forget when I joined this board, that was one of the main things that I asked. I'm very disappointed about our statistics with students going to colleges 13 years ago. And I've been here to see Felicia, all these different people that came in when they opened up that college and career program, it was successful. So it's not a secret. I was very disappointed when we lost Ms. Solis. I was very disappointed. I didn't approve that, because we lost a very important department that was a big asset for, you guys heard it, for our students. So here we are again. And that's why I don't support it. I feel we either continue with 5 counselors or we build a career technical, not a career technical, a college and career program.
Thank you, Martha. Rick, do you have?
Yeah, I
something?
agree with both my colleagues and very smart comments about this. I have 2 high schoolers and 2 more that'll, be there in high school in 8 and 6 years. And all students deserve this support and I don't want to see it go away. I don't think a lot of people want to see it go away, and I think there's other ways we could, discuss these cuts in the future soon. So I can support it.
Okay. Angela?
No, a prepared statement. So while I understand the fiscal pressures that we're facing and appreciate the work the staff has done to present the options, I have significant concerns about reducing counseling support at our high school, given our student demographics and the numbers presented. Looking at the California dashboard, it reflects approximately 1,250 students. If that number is accurate, reducing to 4 counselors would increase the ratio to roughly 312 students per counselor. So beyond ratio, we're comparing ourselves to other schools. Our school serves a very high need population, which is approximately 84% of our students are socioeconomically disadvantaged, about 30% are English learners, and nearly 20% are identified as homeless at the high school. Those demographics significantly increase the workload intensity for counseling services, academically, socially, and in college and career planning. As one of the members said before, I looked at the American School Counselor Association, stated there's a recommendation of a ratio to 250 to 1. Right now, we are currently better than the standard of that recommendation. But by reducing to 4 counselors, that would move us from best practice recommendation to potentially over 300 to 1 away from the recommendation. So a simple comparison to neighboring district ratios does not account for the differences in students' needs. So before I'm comfortable supporting this reduction, I would need to see a clear analysis of the projected impact on graduation rates, our new A through G graduation requirements, FAFSA completion, and mental health response capacity by reducing that 1 position. So for schools serving this high level of economic hardship, language need, housing instability, access to counseling is not a peripheral service. It's a core support structure. So I believe this warrants a deeper analysis before we even considered making this cut.
Thank you. I trust your recommendation and that you and staff worked really hard to provide these recommendations. But I have to say the student really swayed me. The student coming in really swayed me to keep this position. I know you mentioned that we're closer to 1,150 students at the high school versus 1,250. So, when you look at the ratios, you could go either way. And Ms. Solis coming to speak. But, I don't want to undermine the work that you and staff have done.
May I comment?
Of course.
So this one's a really difficult one, right? It is. In terms of ratios, and comparison with other schools, yeah, there is justification to cut it. At the same time, I totally see the point which everyone's making, and you're not wrong. Right? You're not wrong. So it's a tough one. So, I mean, I don't feel undermined. If it's the will of the board to keep this, it's like, I get it. We'll keep it. The 5th counselor, I mean, we go in a different direction. Right? We can live going in a different direction.
Okay, is there any further discussion? Okay, we're going to go ahead and do a roll call vote. The motion is to not approve Resolution 2025-2622 preliminary certificated layoff. We're going to start with Adriana.
Aye.
Aye. Oh, I'm last.
That's okay. You can be next.
No, go ahead.
Aye.
Rick,
I to not approve.
Angela,
Aye.
and myself, aye. Motion's unanimous to not approve. So we will potentially discuss this at our next meeting. Or not. Okay, we'll move on to the next agenda item, which is to adopt resolution number 2025-2623 proclaiming February as Black History Month. Who's presenting on that?
That would be me.
Great.
And I do not have a working computer, so I'm going to have to go off. If you just give me a minute, I think I can pull this up. Okay, so yes, this is encouraging the school board to recognize February as Black History Month. And I've been doing a little bit of research to see what is it that the schools are doing to celebrate Black History Month. Okay, and here at the high school, actually each morning, they're talking about contributions from African Americans. I know that in the their health medicine class, they're actually looking at an incident where African Americans were actually purposefully infected with syphilis and used in trials unknowingly to see how they would react and some of the injustices which have happened. And also, you know, things are being celebrated, right? At Echo Valley, there's some different kind of studies which are doing book studies on African-American authors and so on and so forth. But, you know, across the district, we are recognizing Black History Month and the contributions of African-Americans to our country. And I encourage the board to adopt this resolution.
Thank you. We're going to open it up. There's no technical questions. This is a resolution. So we're going to open it up for, we normally start with public comment. Is there any public comment? Any on Zoom? Okay, we're going to close public comment and we will start with you, Adriana.
Discussion or questions or what?
Comments?
Comments, I completely support it, but I think again, with all the resolutions that have come to the board and everything, let's not be performative and be more actually doing stuff for our students. We all know that there's a big issue with language of how we refer and use language that has been historically abusive of Black and African American community. So let's try to bring more actions instead of just resolutions into our school district. So, but definitely support this resolution.
Thank you. Martha?
Just definitely in favor of this resolution.
Rick?
Yeah, definitely proud that the school and the school board recognizes Black History Month. And I'm proud to support.
Thank you. Angela?
I want to thank our superintendent for bringing this for resolution, bringing awareness to this.
Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate that we celebrate in meaningful ways. And I actually looked up some statistics and it just kind of lets you know that even though we're acknowledging, recognizing, celebrating contributions of Black African American Americans, that there's still a long way to go. Black people are approximately 13 to 14% of the US population, but around 38% of people in jails and prisons. Black Americans are incarcerated at more than 5 times the rate of white Americans. Black individuals often receive prison sentences that are 30% longer than those for white individuals with similar crimes and backgrounds. Black children are disproportionately represented in arrests, detentions, and court waivers. So I think there is work to do to respect the dignity of all Americans. And so I think that's what we're experiencing right now, is recognizing the value that people of different colors bring to our society, the richness that it creates. So I'm glad we're bringing this resolution, and hopefully we can be more performative, and that can be in our actions with how we treat and speak of those that are different than us. So I invite a motion to adopt this resolution. Okay, Rick.
Second.
Okay, seconded by Adriana. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, let's move on to our next agenda item, which is adopt resolution number 2025-26-24, honoring and recognizing Lunar New Year.
Okay, so I'm doing this one too. I'd actually talked with Adriana. Adriana was going to do this one, but obviously, she had to leave. So, yes. So Adriana Manufatoa is she's the president of the AAPI club here at the high school. Okay, and Lunar New Year is celebrated by Asian Americans and across all of Asia. The adoption of this resolution formally recognizes the start of Lunar New Year on February the 17th as an important cultural observance for many students, families, and staff within the district, specifically our Asian American communities. Lunar New Year has deep historical roots and cultural significance across multiple communities and traditions, and acknowledging it supports inclusive and culturally responsive educational practices. Recognizing this celebration aligns with the district's values of inclusion, respect, and cultural understanding, and reinforces the board's commitment to creating learning environments where all members of the school community feel respected, valued, and connected to their cultural identities. And with that, I encourage the board to adopt this resolution.
Thank you. We're going to start with public comment. I see none here. Is there any on Zoom? Okay, we're going to move to board members. We're going to start with Angelo. Comments. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I thought you were asking me. Yes.
No, just thank our superintendent for bringing this resolution. Nice to know. I didn't realize our student board member was part of this club.
Yeah, very good.
So she'll tell us more about it in the next student trustee board report. I'd love to hear about that.
Yeah, just proud that we're recognizing this with the resolution as always, and I'm proud to support it.
Thank you. Martha.
Proud to support.
Wonderful. Adriana.
I am proud to support as well, and I am happy that our student is doing awesome to bring in resolutions and knowledge as well to us as board members. Can't wait to all the stuff that she's going to do in the middle.
Wonderful. Is this the year of the horse? Is it year of the horse? Yeah. Okay, thank you. Okay, so I'm we're going to go ahead and have a vote.
Aye.
Motion. Okay. Did I already ask for a motion before we started?
Yeah, you did.
Comments? I did. Okay. Oh, yes, that's true. Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, motion passes unanimously. Thank you. We're going to move on to our last agenda item. Approve associated article, I hate Roman numerals, compensation disclosure for NMCUSD negotiated settlement.
All right, thank you, board. In front of you is associated article 18 for compensation disclosure for NMCFT, which is North Monterey County Federation of Teachers. And this is for the negotiated year of 2025-2026, our current school year. You will see in this article that we have entered into this tentative agreement for the board's approval tonight of a compensation increase to the base salary of 3.5% with contingency language should the LCFF, let me make sure I get the correct word here, sources increase for a total of possible 4%, with a graph showing or a table showing how those increases would affect. So again, it is a 3.5% retro back to July 1 of 2025. Sorry, with the possibility of an increase to LCFF, and the table shows the increases as the LCFF increases. So I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Angela, we'll start with you. Do you have any questions?
No questions.
Okay, Greg.
No questions.
Martha.
You did say that you got the AB 1200 for this?
So we contacted the county for the AB 1200, and it was not necessary until all of us go, and they already have the preliminary numbers, and there was no concerns.
Just
Did I say
to
that
reconfirm that.
I did. Okay. Yes.
Okay.
Adriana. Any public comment? Seeing no public comment, we are closing public comment. I invite a motion to approve.
So moved.
Second. Okay. Any discussion? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Next, thank you, Curtis, thank you. Public comment. Board requests for information and or possible agenda items. Well, I have one. We need to set a date, a special meeting. Or move it to the next agenda so we can discuss it now. Would you guys like to have a special meeting to discuss position, is it called position elimination layoff?
Be the preliminary layoff notices.
Okay. So
So
we can
have a
schedule.
month.
Yeah.
We have a
Put this up there.
course.
Next board meeting, I will be out of state.
So that's the 22nd. What is
But it's
that?
the 24th,
I believe so. Whatever the next one. I'll be-
26th, sorry, 26th, thank you.
26th.
Yeah, that's it. I'll be out of state.
So you won't be available on the 26th.
Yeah, I don't want to be able to
Zoom in.
dial in.
Okay. So we should have a special board meeting.
If possible, if not, I'm just Dominus.
Okay.
So
Well, I think we need to give direction. So what works best for everybody? Do we have a proposed date?
I am available next week and available the week after,
Okay. Do you guys want to try for,
or even Monday of that same week of the board meeting. This on Thursday. I'm also available
okay.
that Monday,
The 23rd.
whatever that Monday is. I know. I'm
Yeah.
available.
That's the 20th. I'm looking at the calendar right now. So we have a meeting on the 26th. So you're saying you're giving an option on the 23rd, Monday.
How about the week
I
before?
have to be there.
The week before is next week.
Yes,
Okay.
but maybe we need more time, especially if I heard some supporting documents with plans and analysis. They might need more time to prepare that, depending on what, what it is.
I mean, my thinking
yeah.
is certain things won't pass, okay, fine, right? What's the alternative? And I think that's the discussion, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I am happy to bring something else back to the board to discuss, if that's the will of the board.
I would recommend a special board meeting, either I'm available a week next week. The reason I say that is we should have a discussion
Mm-hmm.
for all. Because if it's a special board meeting, there's no ground act violation. All five of us can meet together with the
Right.
superintendent
Yeah.
to give direction. So he would then make his own plan after the special board meeting,
Mm-hmm.
that he can then bring that to the board.
Understood.
So
So next week,
I would be available anytime next week.
I'm
who
available anytime except Wednesday.
except Wednesday. Okay, so how about Tuesday or Thursday of next week? Does everybody,
We have the policy committee,
I'm sorry, was that Tuesday?
Tuesday, Thursday, we have the naming, the high school committee.
Okay. Friday?
We could just follow them.
No, we cannot.
Friday?
Elongate it.
I'm on vacation Friday.
Okay, not a problem.
Friday works.
How about, what time is the naming committee?
5:30.
5:30. How long do you plan? What's your? Yeah, we don't want to make,
5:30 to 7 p.m.
okay. How about Monday? About next Monday?
Could we have it before the naming committee? If the naming committee is at 5:30?
Could you guys manage 4:00? Would 4:00 on Thursday work?
The 19th?
Is that what that is? Yes. Could
Yep.
everybody agree to that? Because we
Yep.
have to give 24-hour.
That's actually the only day I have either.
I know, that's what I was thinking.
Yes, it's at 5:30. 5:30 to, or what are you thinking? 4:30 or 4 to 5:30?
Mhm.
I guess we could do 4 to 5:30.
Yeah, 4 to 5:30. That way you can go straight to the meeting after that.
And then the plan is essentially we can discuss then give me direction on what you want me to bring back to the board at
Yes.
the next board meeting.
Yes.
Okay,
Okay, 4 to 5:30, Thursday the 19th.
Yep.
Yes? Everybody's okay with that? Okay.
okay.
So board requests for information or possible agenda items for future. We're going to start with you, Adriana. Do you have anything you'd like to request?
No.
Okay, Martha?
No.
Rick?
Yeah, I was kind of interested in seeing if the board, and even if none of them want to do it, is adding, and it's nothing against you, but adding a person to the agenda setting committee.
Sure.
And it could be anyone if they're interested, but I think that would be awesome and a new little change for our district.
Okay, so that's an agenda item for us to have a discussion with the,
Or you could just add it. I think you're the president.
oh, I am?
Well, right now, for agenda.
Oh, we have to, okay, okay.
Yeah, is it agenda items? Yeah.
If we want to, or.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be immediate. Let's agendize it if we could decide if we want to or not.
It would be like a workshop.
Yeah, let's do it at board workshop. Okay. We'll put it as a request for board workshop to
Trustees
discuss.
Not violate Brown Act, that's why you do it on like Pot Row where there's 7, that's why they got 3 trustees on it.
I can also find out what's the right move if the board wants to go in that direction. Does it need to be an agendized item,
That would
or
be
is it
good.
just the call of the
Would be good.
president?
So we can
And-
support our rules. Yes, Rick.
I know we've been over this, but I kind of was wondering if we could talk about keeping the meetings in here and not necessarily taking away smaller meetings from the 100s, but it would, for many reasons, including a secluded location, lack of parking, the size of the building for school board meetings when it gets packed, and the mental awareness for, well, sports teams not being allowed possibly. So I don't know.
Okay, is that what is that, an agenda discussion item or what is that? I don't know.
So we'll look into it to see if it does go there, but at least.
Well, it's up to us.
That was the answer.
Oh, okay.
Let's look into that if it's a vote. Or I mean, is this like we just want to discuss it, maybe in a workshop or something like that?
Okay,
I don't know, we have to look into it.
okay,
Yeah, I think discussing it at the workshop is probably fine.
okay. Will you please add that to the list?
course.
Okay, Rick, anything else?
That's it.
Okay, Angelo?
No, I know. I don't
Okay.
want to go to the restroom.
Okay,
Oh,
well, we're gonna make that.
I have one thing, actually. I have one thing. So, we have a survey which has gone out to people for the bond, okay? And the person who's put that out needs to come and meet with us to take us through the survey results so that then we can think about what next steps and the board can direct us. To do that, this person's only available certain times, and we'd like to have a special board meeting. I believe it's on March the 5th
Okay,
at 4:30 to be able to do that.
okay.
If that's
You want to be
50
here?
people,
Bobby.
Okay.
it's copy.
Mhm.
Do you want me to look for an alternative?
Ideally,
Okay.
yeah,
Up to you guys. I
it would
mean,
be nice
you
for
guys
everybody to
can
be
do it.
there.
I'll look for
Everybody can do
I'll look for
something.
an alternative
Yeah,
Bobby. I'll be in San Francisco.
on the 5th.
I'll be there from the 3rd to the 6th.
I'm going to Disneyland.
Alright.
Through
Okay,
the
sounds
8th.
like Rick's not available.
9th.
either. Okay,
Okay. I'll look for an alternative.
okay. Thanks for the update, Matt.
Yeah, no worries.
Okay,
Unless I
anything?
can join via Zoom and step away. So if you guys, I mean, it's a timeline issue too. I don't know. Is it a timeline issue?
Rick, did you say you're not gonna be available either?
Just the 6th. I'm available the 5th.
Oh, you are
but,
available.
I mean, I'm leaving in the morning on the 6th, so I mean,
Okay,
Is it a timeline issue though?
There is a timeline issue because we want to be able to get moving
Yeah.
with having events and that sort of thing. And obviously,
You guys, if you guys
well,
can
let's see
do
if
it and
there's
you know,
another alternative date. If not, then that's what we'll set.
yeah, you guys do it. And then if I could
It's
join
not too
via
late.
Zoom, I'll join via Zoom.
Yeah.
Is this a special board meeting?
it would be a special board
Okay.
meeting.
I could be there the 5th.
Yeah,
What's
that's,
the
I mean,
fifth?
if you guys can do the 5th,
Yeah.
go for it.
Should we keep the 5th?
Is a consensus the 5th? Oh, would we,
Just join me.
No, I'll try.
Be a part of it.
I'll try.
worst case scenario, could we record it? For Martha to watch the recording on the information they're gonna provide with us? Okay,
That's okay. That's okay. I can get the information later.
All right. So we're going to go with the 5th.
thanks for trusting us.
Okay.
Any
Okay.
other requests? No, okay, meeting is adjourned at 9:48. Is that what time it is? Oh, 9:49. Okay,